Hello, Gamer Nation. GM Hooley here. Tonight's episode of The Forge, a Genesys RPG podcast, is brought to you by the generous donations of Thea Fattel, Jason Holloway, and David Morris, as well as all of our other amazing Patreon supporters. If you would like to become part of the Forge community, you can learn more at patreon.com/ForgeGenesis. And for as little as $2 a month, you can help support this very podcast in continuing to provide you with amazing content. Thank you to all of our fans for reblogging, retweeting, sharing our latest episodes, along with those who offer support and encouragement for this podcast. It really is appreciated by both Chris and myself. For now, however, let's get on with the show.
Correctly with the correct amount.
D20 Radio, where gamers roll.
www.d20radio.com.
Welcome to The Forge.
Hello, Gamer Nation, and welcome to The Forge, a Genesys RPG podcast covering everything that you need to know about the latest and greatest from Fantasy Flight Games, Genesys Foundry, and the Genesys role-playing game. I'm your host, GM Hooley, and tonight we have a very special episode where we are playing the roles of omnipotent beings as we discuss the ins and outs of creating creatures and people beyond imagination. Or maybe not just people, but certainly adversaries for Genesys. And we'll be conducting this experiment on the furnace with an amazing special guest coming to us in pristine condition to give us a hand, particularly when talking about NPC power levels. It's none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Keith Kappel. But before all of that, let me introduce you to the guy whose country is still being forced to play endless games of Wheel of Misfortune, apparently. It's GM Chris. Chris, how you doing?
Oh, I'm here, man. I'm here. If we're not getting burned or battered by hurricanes, it's something else, man. It's something else.
Nightmare.
It's a nightmare, which is why I enjoy this show. It's escapism.
Yeah.
It's escapism in a totally healthy way, I'm sure.
Indeed. Some people may say otherwise about my passion, but
yeah. I'm really excited for the show tonight. But Hooley, I it's one of those things that I noticed you only teased the furnace. Are we not going to have like another secondary segment like we normally do?
No, we're not, because I'm suspecting that this will go on for quite a lengthy period of time. We'll see how things go, but we're jamming a lot into the furnace tonight, so we are going to avoid that. We'll still do our announcements, and if we have time, we'll answer a couple of listener questions. But it's just going to be the one big boy tonight. So yeah.
And honestly, Gamer Nation, we were like, I think the furnace show notes clock in right at around 20 pages, and. Yeah, we seriously talked about splitting it up into two discussions, but like it's so integral what we're going to be going through. It's so integral. We figured we would just make this an extra long furnace, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm excited.
Well, Keith wrote a lot of the material for the EPG with power levels, so no doubt there's going to be a few things that we're going to learn along the way. So looking forward.
I cannot wait.
Yeah,
I cannot
absolutely. wait. And speaking of awards,
we weren't, were we?
No, but that just gives us even more reasons to get us and everyone else talking about the forthcoming Forge Awards.
Oh, the first annual Forgies. Good call, Hooley. And that's right, Gamer Nation. Nominations are happening right now for the Forge Podcast Forge Awards, which honors the best Foundry products released within the Foundry's first year. Anyone can nominate, but only Hooley, myself, and our amazing patrons can vote once the nominations are in. And there have been certainly some great nominations, like Ready Fight by our special guest, who will be joining us later in the show, along with Salvage. by the amazing Jared Matthew. We've had a lot of great nominations. But rather than banter on about who's been nominated thus far, Scott Zumwalt as well, Chris Markham, okay. Excuse me. Oh gosh, Studio 404.
That's a terrible cough there.
It's terrible.
You can have to get tested.
Oh God. But rather than banter on about the nominations that have happened, they're still happening. Tell me more about the nomination process, man.
Absolutely. Now, we've got public nomination awards in 4 categories: Best Adventure, Best Setting, Best General Supplement, and Best Layout and Design. But we've also got the big one, which is Best Product. Now, if there's a product on the Foundry that was released between July 31st, 2019 and July 31st of 2020, you can nominate it. Just email us at forgegenesis@d20radio.com with the subject of Forge Award nomination. Tell us in your email why you want to nominate the product and for which category. And you can find more descriptions on what those categories actually mean at our website at forgegenesis.com. Now, the nomination period closes exactly at midnight on the 30th of September 2020. And as people keep on reminding me, what time zone? We don't care. Wherever it's going to be midnight on the 30th of September last, that's the place that you need to look for. So it's probably some small little country somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe out the island somewhere in the Pacific, probably.
Yes,
anyway.
Most likely. Soon after that, voting will commence for each category among the hosts and our Patreon subscribers, as Huli mentioned before. There are several rules that you can read on forgegenesis.com, with the main one being that you cannot vote for your own product or a product you were involved in the development of. Very important rule for us. In other words, apart from playtesters, if your name appears on the credits page. Additionally, and in the interest of fairness, both Huli and I have recused any products that we have created or helped develop from the nomination process. It's just not fair. So there we go. And it's also worth noting when it comes to nominations, the best product is not something that can actually be nominated. And we've talked about this in prior awards announcements on prior episodes, but best product or product of the year, all products submitted are nominated automatically. And it is an award that will be voted on by specifically the individuals who have contributed a product to the Foundry. So it is an award from your peers to you. So very, very excited for that.
And after all of the votes are tallied, we will announce the winners by the end of October in a special not-to-be-missed show where we'll have some special guests on to talk about their experiences on the Foundry and Genesys generally since its release.
This is going to be good. And don't forget, guys, those products that win will get a Shiny Digital Forge Award 2020 winner badge to slap on their applicable product, along with some other spiffy swag we have prepared as well. And as Huli mentioned before, head on over to forgegenesis.com for more information and get those nominations in.
Yes, get them in. This is going to be great. Look, I can't wait to have that award ceremony. I think that's going to be some interesting developments there. And, hopefully people, as they're developing their new Foundry products, are also taking those categories into consideration. So hopefully for next year that they'll get nominated themselves.
I can't wait. Well, Huli, I think it's time that we talk about some of that delicious Foundry content. Should we get into it?
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the latest releases since our last episode in Stoking the Fire.
Stoking the Fire.
And welcome to Stoking the Fire, a segment dedicated to letting you know all there is to know about the releases from the Genesys Foundry and the Genesys role-playing game. But first, Chris, would you like to tell us about the D20 Radio podcast of the week?
Most certainly. Or should I try my Australian accent?
Go on.
All right. Our podcast of the week is the Shared Sagas podcast. Join our crew of Aussie role players who, after concluding their venture, I can't do it. I just can't do it.
It was a good effort, though.
Was it a good effort? Was it a good effort?
Yeah,
it was a good effort. No, really, though, like, Shared Sagas podcast, fantastic show. Group of Aussie role players. Actually, they just concluded their venture into D&D 5th edition and a bunch of one-shots and mini-campaigns. And they have moved on to start exploring the Star Wars RPG by Fantasy Flight Games. In their newest episode, number 61, the Troubleshooters continue their infiltration of the Imperial Governor's space station in an attempt to steal the precious artifact they desperately need. So join them, GM Tom, Nadia, Ben, Mark, Nick, and Sam as they explore the galaxy in Edge of the Empire. It's such an entertaining crew to listen to. Great actual play, and I'm thrilled that they are running Narrative Dice. So go, you should be thrilled too. Go and check it out. You can find this and more amazing gaming and geekery podcasts right now over at d20radio.com.
And after you've given this fantastic podcast a listen, make sure you also check out the amazing blog articles over at d20radio.com. And speaking of the interwebs, why not head over to the Genesys Foundry at drivethrurpg.com, where you can find the latest and greatest Foundry releases for the Genesys RPG. And this week has seen a bit of a steady number of releases. So what's our first one, Chris?
Oh, the machine himself, Chris Markham, is back with Legendary Locations of Manara. Manara is filled with dangerous locations, awe-inspiring, unique places, from the Black Citadel of Lovar, the founder of the Uthuk Yelan, to the Den of Thieves in Al-Kalim. This book details 15 different unique locations. Each location is fully described, along with unique qualities of the place, the types of foes the PCs may encounter. But what's really cool is the book, in addition to the locations, features puzzles, magical qualities, and of course a few new adversaries. Each locale has a basis in Terranoth lore throughout all Terranoth products that take place in Manara, board games too, and it takes exciting locations from a mere reference in a game or a book to a fully detailed area to just plop straight into your campaign. Great quality, as Markham usually does, and he's doing this a lot, as we'll see with his products now. He's also including downloadable adversary cards with the product, and there are 6 of them in this as well, which is pretty good for a $3 price point, if I don't say so myself.
Not wrong. And I really hope he continues with this style of product. I know that a lot of we rave on about his content a lot because there is so much of it. But this thing is really, really useful for grabbing a locale that you can be using in an adventure or whatever else of your own design, and really start to build on it. And it gives some really good meat to do that with. I think everybody knows that I'm a big lover of Al-Kalim, so to have Den of Thieves in there as well is pretty cool, let me tell you. So absolutely fantastic. So our next title is Secrets of the Crucible Adversary Card Template by our wonderful friend RPG Narco.
Roy!
Now, this supplement is a professionally designed adversary card template, as he has done for the other settings, as well as the generic Genesys setting, where he's given a template for the latest RPG setting from FFG, which is Keyforge Secrets of the Crucible. And the selling point here is that only Acrobat Reader, so that's Adobe Acrobat Reader, is required. You don't need any special software other than the free downloadable Acrobat Reader to be able to use this product, which is fantastic.
Love it.
And it's only $3.99 as well. It's for a template, it may seem expensive, but if you're doing a lot of adversary cards and you're a bit like me, and I love using adversary cards, it's well and truly worth it. And he has gone to a lot of trouble to get all the artwork right and get the usability right, which is fantastic too. So,
there is some skill in getting it to be a good-looking form fillable in Reader. That's not easy to do. So very cool.
Absolutely.
And next up, we have from Gasp, Adventures in Island, Visions in Ember, from Micah Shalom Kesselman. Welcome to Island. It's full of amber, but just watch out for the dis and the sanctum kills. Also, there's those crazy inspired monks wandering about. And I think Yukiba over there said he saw a flying saucer once. Also, don't let me catch you trying to follow me to my sifts. I'll blast you where you stand. Sorry, did you want something? Great blurb. Adventures in Island, Visions of Amber is the very first Golem's Adventure Seed packet, or GASP, for the Keyforge setting, and is intended to be used with the Secrets of the Crucible campaign setting supplement, obviously. Now in this GASP, because this is, I think, have they done other? This is like the second.
Yeah, this is the second product, with the first one being Golems itself.
Yeah, we've talked about golems.
Yeah, and it's huge. Well, this is the first sort of add-on where it's an adventure basically set using those rules.
Yeah,
so,
and he calls them these seed packets, the golems adventure seed packets, or gasps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so this is like the first one, which is intriguing. But inside there's this detailed region of the Crucible for Keyforge fans with unique adversaries, 4 of which actually have entirely unique custom art. With your area of interest descriptions, your maps, your adventure hooks, a whole lot more, and in Island, which is just terrifying. And these gasps are like designed from the ground up to be compatible with the Golems framework, like you said. But it is also just fully functional entirely by itself. So that's extremely cool. At a price of $250, definitely worth checking out. Worth checking out. Yep. But so is the next one, and a name I was glad to finally see get a product on the Foundry again. It's been a while.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while. So it's Favors of the Crucible, Genesys Keyforge, by our friend of the podcast, Scott Zumwalt. Now, Favors of the Crucible brings in the favor economy mechanics from Android Shadow of the Beanstalk and brings it across straight into Keyforge Secrets of the Crucible, which is a very cool idea. This supplement contains example favors for all the factions, as well as new talents for characters to gain favors and new career skills. Now, the favor economy from Shadow of the Beanstalk is a fantastic campaign element, which, it's probably out of all of the settings they've done thus far, is probably my favorite mechanic, because it's very similar to Obligation. But in my opinion, a little bit better than Obligation from Star Wars.
I agree.
And it's thrilling and really, really quite sensible to see it brought into Keyforge, because it makes total sense. Excellent and beautiful work by Scott as usual, and it's only $1.95, so well and truly worth the price of admission. I would be using this in every Keyforge campaign that I would run, definitely.
Absolutely. Well done, Scott. And coming back at us again, the machine Markham, Mr. Chris Markham, comes at us with the Unrelenting Uthuk. So the Unrelenting Uthuk is a supplement for bringing the Uthuk Yalan from Minara lore to life in your campaigns. Obviously in Terranoth. It's designed to teach more about these storied demonic raiders of the Ruse Steppes. And in Markham's style, this supplement is told from the perspective of the heroine Tatiana. Okay. Or it also lets you flip the script and actually play as Uthuk characters. You can become, they have all kinds of, a ferocious berserker, or a fearless blood harvester, a Viper Legion archer, or even fly through the air as a doom glider.
Right. That's cool.
He's even got demonic magics in there, of the Blood Sisters, which is part of that lore, or the ability also to become a bone witch, which actually is really freaking creepy. They manipulate others' biology. It's crazy. It's a great supplement. It really, I love the creativity of it. It really also, most importantly, expands the Terranoth lore for you fans into your games. It's got 2 brand new Uthuk archetypes, 6 new Uthuk careers, Uthuk equipment, and NPC nemesis. There's 10 new Uthuk adversaries with, as he does, a dozen printable adversary cards. And because of the demonic lore, that demonology aspect is a huge part of Uthuk lore in Minara. He's got mechanics for summoning demons, as well as demonic variations and abilities and weaknesses. For $2.50, it's a really cool supplement.
Yeah. I'd actually like to get Chris on at some stage to talk about those specific rules, because I really, really enjoyed them. I think that, it's just I won't talk more about it now, but certainly when we get him on, and I'm sure that he'd be happy to come on to talk about that. But anyway, our last one is New Angeles Tour Guide by Kyle Sharp. Now, it's a first publication from Kyle, and this title was also giving a helping production hand by Scott Zumwalt. And it looks like a really great addition for fans of Android. And I've really sort of taken a good look at this, and it's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So the blurb reads, whether new to the city or a lifelong resident, the New Angeles tour guide has something for everyone. This supplement is for GMs and PCs alike to more easily navigate the megacities of New Angeles. It's got some really interesting product choices, like mechanics choices in here as well. And each page covers one district or location detailing a ton of information. Like a short description of what makes the district unique, points of interest such as civil landmarks, residential neighborhoods, or commercial and industrial parks. There's even item rarity modifiers, which is this new rule, which I've always had in Star Wars, and I know that he's obviously brought it into here because it makes sense. If you're a bit of a risty, obviously things might be a little bit higher, and the slums, depending on what you're buying, it's going to be a little bit less. So it's absolutely fantastic there. And it's even got a cost of living chart that shows what it costs to live at a certain social tier for a given period of time, which I had a great discussion with him when he was developing this. So it's really well done. It's a resource that I think everyone who plays Android should go out and purchase, and it's only $3.99. Really good value. So definitely go and check those out. Great products this week, and you can find all of them and so much more fantastic Genesys Foundry content over at drivethrurpg.com by simply performing a search using the words Genesys Foundry.
It's just the place for people to browse the catalog to check out what they can vote on for the Forge Awards. So again, just a gentle, not so subtle reminder to get those nominations in. And since we're talking about the Forge Awards, remember, listeners, that only Patreon subscribers of the Forge podcast can actually vote on those nominations. So why not jump over and become a supporter of the Forge? Join our Patreon right now.
I really think they should, Chris. Now, listeners, for as little as $2 a month, you can gain access to our dedicated Discord server where you can interact with other fellow Genesmiths, while higher tiers provide priority for your game and rules questions, special in-show recognitions that you would have heard at the top of the episode, and even more special monthly get-togethers with either Chris or myself to discuss your Foundry product, campaign, games, or anything else you want. We'll even come and do your washing.
We'll what?
Okay, no washing?
No washing.
Oh, dear. I probably have overcommitted then. And secondly, the commute would be pretty ordinary anyway. But seriously, no matter what, anything you can spare to show your support is appreciated. And each of your donations help the podcast directly so we can continue providing you with the excellent regular Genesys RPG content. So join the Forge community by becoming a supporter at patreon.com/ForgeGenesys. Okay, Chris, we've got our massive topic, as we talked about before, to cover on tonight's show. So what do you say we bring in our special guest and get into some adversarial action?
Sounds like a plan, Hooli. I'm eager. Let's get into it on The Furnace.
The Furnace.
And welcome to The Furnace, the segment where we take a deep dive into a topic concerning custom creations using the Genesys role-playing game. Now, in recent episodes, we've covered a lot of mechanics to the game with deep dives into using magic and vehicles in your games, showing you the tips and tricks to making the most of your Foundry products and, of course, your home games. But one thing that we've not spent a lot of time on are NPCs, which is the backbone of a truly memorable adventure or an encounter. So after several listener requests, along with our desire to tackle the creation and use of NPCs in your game or Genesys Foundry product, we've decided to do exactly that by looking at what makes good NPCs. We'll be discussing the rules that govern the use of them, how to make them memorable to your players, along with discussing the latest rules about creating them more easily and how to create and calculate their power levels, a topic first introduced in the Expanded Player's Guide.
Now, this is a big topic, and both Hooli and myself, we felt we just couldn't do it justice with just the two of us. And to that end, because to a very large degree, he kind of helped write this,
right?
We would like to welcome back to the show one of our favorite people on the planet, friend, teacher, mentor, and damn good writer to boot, and it's certainly been far too long. D20 Radio's own Keith Kappel. Keith, brother, welcome back to the show, man.
Hey, it's a pleasure, as always, to hang out with you guys and talk about Genesys stuff.
So, Keith, for some of our newer listeners who may not be familiar with you, who are you and what do you do?
Sure. So I am Keith Ryan Kappel. That's me. I'm a freelance writer, and for like the past 7 years, something like that, I've been a freelance writer for Fantasy Flight Games. So I worked on a whole lot of Star Wars books and a whole lot of Genesys books, including the aforementioned Expanded Player's Guide and the Adversary Creation section, which I did sort of early work on, and then it went through a few iterations and grew and became the thing we all know and love in sort of testing and editing.
Well, so okay, I want to dive into that if we could, because like I want to set some expectations here. It's like when Hooli and I reached out to you, we did so because we knew that you had written the power level and NPC creation, adversary creation guidelines in the EPG. But and you actually mentioned this to us when you were with us last time on the show with Sam Gregor Stewart, saying that there were a lot of changes in between what you wrote and what ended up in the final product.
Yeah. So, I mean, people might hear that and think like, oh, man, Keith really sucks at his job that they changed everything. But this is a pretty normal part of the role-playing game sort of design and development process, where freelancers will have a pretty narrow window to do their draft and make it as good as they can. But that window doesn't usually account for like putting it in front of players, certainly not enough to be like considered a broad testing situation. And when it's something as I guess mathy and complicated a system as challenge levels, it's inevitable that whatever one guy, in his home office comes up with isn't going to produce what sort of the final version of it. It's just too complicated a thing for one guy to do in like 6 weeks or whatever it was.
Too great for mere mortal Ken.
Indeed, especially considering like that's not the only thing I did in that book either, So.
Now, but even then, just beyond that, now we're going to focus a lot on this discussion on the rules that are in that book because they're pretty good. But beyond that, we also really wanted to bring your expertise in because you, as you said, you have written for narrative dice systems so freaking much. I mean, when it comes to I can count on one hand the number of professionals that I know for this game that have the writing experience you do with it. And so when we talk about building a balanced adversary, where you're not a novice is what I'm trying to say.
I hope not. I hope I know what I'm doing. I've practiced a lot, I'll put it that way. So the sample adversaries in this book and in Android, the Android book, the whole adversaries chapter, I built those. I want to say I did some of the ones in the Keyforge book as well, but maybe not. So I have some experience with Genesys specifically, and of course, I've done a ton of Star Wars adversaries as well, and for my own home stuff, and Ready Fight, my little Foundry book. Some people might have played, right? So I've played with like under the hood of the adversary mechanics a fair bit. So yeah, I feel qualified.
That's for sure. All right. So, look, let's get stuck into this, I think. Now, we originally planned to tackle NPC creation as a bit of a two-part discussion. The first part on creation, the second part about adversary power levels. But the bottom line is that the two aspects are so intertwined that they really should be discussed in the same breath. So we're going to attempt this Herculean task of doing it all in the one show.
which is why we're only having one central show segment this episode, guys.
Correct.
And it was a tough call. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry that we're leaving you without an Eberron Reforged which we had planned to do. And I think Eric was kind of chagrined as well. But we, unlike our other talks, when we really got down to the notes on this, we realized we just couldn't split it up. It's one of those rare things that would do more harm than good to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Huli, before we start this talk, I think it's important to remind everyone that of some of the things we're going to be referencing. If you will open your workbooks at home, we're going to be referencing a lot of book material in this talk. In this conversation, and specifically that adversary creation process and the power level settings that we'll be talking about are in the expanded player's guide, pages 74 through 85, if you want to follow along in your storybooks at home. Also, we will occasionally be referencing the Genesys FAQ and errata version 11 document PDF, which is available at fantasyflightgames.com. Because obviously it took all the previously published adversary stat blocks and gave them power levels,
right,
which we can reference.
Super nice of them, by the way.
It was very nice of them to do that. Yes, it helped out a lot because it answers some questions, especially when you get into like upper limits of power levels that you're like an ancient dragon, 17 combat. But we'll come to that. And then, of course, there is a very helpful section in the core rules about NPCs, pages 131 through 135, which provides us the rules governing NPCs and how to run them in your games. And then on pages 202 to 203, they kind of take a high-level approach to adversary design that FFG obviously expanded upon greatly in the expanded player's guide.
Yeah, I will say, I want to say the way I remember it, because it was a while ago when I got this job, but my mandate from Sam was basically like, see these 4 pages in the core book? I want you to build them out to 10 pages or whatever it was, and figure out how to do challenge levels in there somewhere too. I was like, oh, that sounds easy. No, but I want to say it was like, you sure you guys don't want to do this part in-house and let me do something else? You sure?
Because it certainly sounds like something that they would normally do in-house, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm either taking it as Sam just voicing a extreme vote of confidence in me, or they didn't know what to do either. It's one or the other.
I'm gonna go with the former.
Yeah.
We'll be optimistic here. But no, listen, what you've done is great. And I'm at the point now that even in some of the it's been twice now, actually. I haven't had as much opportunity as I've wanted, but there's been twice now I've actually used the EPG creation rules to make some, very carefully following it, making my own adversaries, and I've table tested them, and they've been great on challenge with the CL ratings. So yeah, man, it seems to work pretty damn well.
The testers do a good job that way. Got to give them a lot of credit.
Thank you. Because I was involved in that test. But anyway, that's a side note. Now, look, we're going to do our best to encapsulate as much of all of that material as we can. We're really going to speak about all of this content as plainly as we possibly can with some really good exploratory discussion. But honestly, the source material is king. So as you listen, I would behoove you to have both the core rules and the EPG handy just to follow along. Mainly because we're not going to simply reread the material in the book. You are all smart people, and you could read really, really well, I'm assuming. Otherwise, I don't know whether Genesys is available in an ebook.
You might want to rethink your hobby.
You don't want to do an audio dramatic reading of the Adversary Creation rules? You sure?
The Genesys core rules read by Samuel L. Jackson. That would be amazing.
I mean,
we could do like an audiobook podcast series of it, and it would be up for about 10 minutes before we got the pantsuit off of us.
Yeah.
That is true.
Accepting that it would be probably completely illegal, but fun. Could be fun.
I'll put it behind a paywall. They'll never know, right? I'm sure they'll never know. Yeah, right.
All right. Anyway, we are going to summarize, encapsulate, highlight, and draw some hopefully easy to understand lines, parallels, and examples. as we go. So yeah.
And as a high level, guys, in tonight's discussion, which is we really want to be very free flowing as we have a wonderful guest with us to give us all kinds of insight. We've written a great deal of notes as points of reference for this show, but a lot of those have silent or pregnant question marks behind them because there's some things we just don't know. And I expect and actually hope that some of the conclusions we've come to putting together, Keith, I really hope that you will tear them apart and cast them down with some of your wisdom.
I will be here. Spite is my other middle name.
Yes. So that's what I'm hoping for. But tonight, guys, we first of all, we're going to start with a very brief overview of the types of adversaries that are there. It's going to be, we want to have a short talk about that to kind of set the stage and kind of remind you of that because it really is important to remember. Then we're going to talk power levels at a high level. We're going to kind of take a step forward before we take a step back because as we're kind of building the notes for this episode, we realized that was also high level knowledge that needed to be had first before we get into the next thing we're going to talk about, which is actually going through the process of adversary creation and how that informs power levels. Yeah. And then we're going to close our discussion tonight with actually diving into using the adversary power levels and the Keith's aforementioned challenge ratings to create a balanced encounter and the easy way in which that can be done. So those are our goals for this talk.
Right.
Ambitious.
Hey man, we got you for a couple hours. I figured we'd make the most of it.
Sure.
All right. So our first point, and we're only going to do this very, very quickly. It's just for mainly the people who have, like, this is their first time that they've opened up the Genesys book and they really want to run a game, but also have the EPG and they really want to be able to go, okay, what is an adversary? So as we get further into the topic, we're going to be throwing terms at you. So this is the reason why we wanted to do this, so that it doesn't seem all so confusing. Basically, adversaries don't always follow the same rules that PCs do. If you've already gone through the character creation chapter and you realize how to build a character, you'll find that there are distinct differences. The first one is that they don't need a career skill list. There's not a whole heap of a list of these are the only skills that this particular NPC can have. That doesn't exist. You choose it to suit the theme. The next point is that you, as far as prerequisites for talents, you don't actually need the prerequisite for a talent. So in other words, if you have an improved version of a talent, you don't need the basic talent. The next point is they carry gear that they need to carry to execute their functions, so you can actually have people or NPCs that are carrying these monstrous weapons that probably they shouldn't be able to carry. But because of the particular theme that adversary is going for, that's what they're going to be able to carry. They also don't need talents like grit or toughened or enduring to have high strain, wounds, or soak at all, because you're just going to go with the feel of what feels right, and you don't want to get stuck into the minutiae of how many talents that they need to be able to do these things.
Yeah, I can tell you the reason a lot of those they seem like shortcuts, and the reason they're in place is not only to benefit people playing the game, but to benefit writers like myself, who don't want to have to account for every XP we spent to build an adversary. Yeah. You could just pick stuff and throw it on the table. It's meant to happen really quickly.
Keith, I know not professionally, but pseudo-professionally, I should say, what super fan heavy. You developed, you and I first met over our mutual love of the previous incarnation of the Star Wars system, which was published by Wizards of the Coast. Right. And that was the Star Wars Saga edition.
Yeah, D20 Revised, Saga, all that.
That was their third version, right?
Yeah.
And so you helped write a lot of fan content for that. A lot.
Yeah, me and my buddy Ryan Brooks, who you also know
quite well, yes. And you guys wrote some amazing stuff with, Fandom Comics was, and it still is, huge and beloved. I'm interested to get your thoughts on this because you and I come from that same cloth.
Sure.
And when I first started playing the Star Wars system, and I first got introduced to FFG's narrative, now Edge's narrative dice system, this contrast between the shorthand and the amount of time it took to create an adversary in this system versus the D20 system that preceded it was staggering to me.
Yeah, it's like easily in the top 5 of reasons I love narrative dice system. And that's that I could put an adversary together, like me, especially with like the wealth of experience or any experienced GM would have. I could put together like a high level NPC in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like no problem. Whereas like if I was going to build a level, even just say like a level 12 anything in D20 back in the day, that would be like, well, there goes my Saturday. Just for one adversary. And if you're trying to do it in like a professional publishing environment, the gods help you because now I want to say the way I understand it is you had to like show every level of progression. So it's like, you're basically building that same adversary 12 times to get to a level 12 adversary and leveling it up each time to account for every little +1 and all that. And I'm not here to take a dump on D20 or anything. It's a fine game.
Oh, yeah.
But when you talk about speed of adversary creation, like, I remember the first few times I was building something and I was like, wait, that can't be it. What else is there? I'm missing something, right? And it's like, no, just pick the numbers you like. Of course, it demands that you have a bit more of an understanding of how the system works to build a successful, properly balanced sort of adversary, which I'm sure we're going to spend hours talking about today. But there's more responsibility to make them in this because it's so open to do whatever you want. But with that responsibility comes a whole lot of freedom to achieve what you want really quickly without the system kind of checking you every 2 minutes to make sure you're not going out of bounds.
Yep. One of the big things for me when it comes to this system as a GM, as I'm sure that the two of you would agree, is that as opposed to other systems, and there's a lot of them out there with stat blocks a mile long or a page or more, that when it comes to preparing for a game, you would spend hours trying to work out exactly what was going on with this particular NPC, and then suddenly it'll be over in about 5 minutes. So, it seems to be that there's a lot more time wasted that way as opposed to the way that they are for Genesys and Star Wars before it, that you can basically read up. That's the reason why the cards exist. You can read up an NPC just straight on the cards and run the game from there. It's very, very simple.
100%. It's also, I would say, easier to reskin adversaries in this system than many others. Like, if all I have is a Stormtrooper card in front of me, like, that can be almost any sort of ranged soldier I need it to be.
Yep.
Or, even something else. I could just give it a different weapon and be like, okay, instead of whatever weapon skill it has this one. And it's going to be fine.
Yeah. And honestly, we will, and we'll get to this, but you will see that flexibility actually written into the rules of the expanded player guide when we talk about the packages that are available, especially in the avenue of skills and equipment, where the write-ups actually discuss a myriad of options that each package would fit into, spread across multiple types of settings. And multiple roles it could fill in varied settings, which I think is important. But they make it a lot easier. And one of the ways I think they make it a lot easier is with the types of adversaries they have. So maybe this is a good segue to get into a very, very brief overview of the 3 adversary types in Genesys to remind everyone so that we don't have to rehash this again.
Yeah.
You're such a pro, Chris Witt. Such a pro. Such a slick transition right there.
It's almost like I've been podcasting for over a decade. Who knows? Almost like that. So with that in, I want to talk about one of my favorite things in the system, one of my top 5 favorite things in Genesys and Star Wars for that matter, which is the concept of the minion. Okay. I was one of the guys who, and I, again, don't mean to disparage another system, but I will, was not a fan of 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. It was just, it was a little too much for me in terms of the heavy crunch. But one of the things I thought that system did exceptionally well is it introduced into a D20 system the concept of a minion. Okay. Which is the idea is they're minions, they're fodder, they're paper. You take them out quickly. Okay. And I even converted that to Saga Edition, and seeing it written even better in a way that takes on a whole new trope in this system, I really like. Minions are the foot soldiers of your adversaries. They are the faceless, nameless people or creatures or whatever that provide that numbers to really bulk out your encounters. I mean, like squads of enemy soldiers, groups of back alley criminal enforcers, gatherings of angry citizenry and mobs, a swarm of or a pack of ravening beasts chasing you. The minion is the lowest common denominator. And as a reminder, what you need to know about minions: they do not suffer strain. In fact, they don't even have a strain threshold. And if they do, they can't even voluntarily suffer strain. If they do suffer strain for any reason, it instead goes to their wound threshold. The big differentiator and what confuses a lot of new GMs to the system especially is that minions don't possess ranks and skills. Each minion instead has a skill, a group skill list of just a handful of skills. And for those skills, minions act in concert, in group. They move as a group. They attack as a group. They work as a group. Their wound threshold stacks into one large group for each individual. And each additional minion past the first in the group adds one upgrade to the die pool for a group skill that the minion possesses.
And this is a thing that a lot of people get sort of hung up on, Chris, as well as this. Is it just an upgrade? It's actually not. It's just a single skill rank that they have for each additional one. So that if you've got
that's a better way
people,
that's a better way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. That if there's four of them and they've only got two, as you would normally calculate if a PC had the same level of skill ranks, you're just swapping those around so that your skill now becomes the number of ability dice, and then the level that you have in the attribute becomes the proficiency dice. So that's where a lot of people get mixed up, because they think that, oh, okay, so I'm upgrading for every single one, and they're just using that base of 2 or 3 or 1, however many ability dice they are, and they start upgrading from there. It doesn't.
You're cheating your minion groups out of some dice in that pool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
If they have low characteristics.
That's a better way to put it, because if you just treat it as upgrades on the base, you will end up, I mean, depending on how big the minion group is, you will end up missing a die, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Well, if the group size is more than 1 higher than, so I guess 2 higher than the attribute, you'll end up shorting some dice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so that's key. The other thing I love about minions is that they can fight. They fight as a group, but they can. As a GM, I can split them. I can reform them. I can combine them with another minion group with the same type. And it's like standard practice for me now, man. If I've got multiple minion groups out there, if they start getting picked off, and their numbers are very low, or I've got a lone minion out there, man, on their turn, they will form into a group, and I will, they'll
maneuver.
Yeah,
sure.
That's how they spend their maneuver, and they form, and all of a sudden, wow, it's now a deadly threat again.
Yep.
Right. I think minion groups are a lot more flexible than people give them credit for. Even.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I know I've had the weird luck, I guess, of getting to write rules that mess with the minion group rules a couple times now. In the squad and squadron rules, right? Like I wrote those for Star Wars, and that's a sort of a new way of looking at minion groups. And then also the phalanx rules in Rise of the Separatists was another sort of new way to use minion groups.
Yep.
And those are big changes, but there's a lot of neat little things you could do with them. I think the other thing people always want to do with minion groups is assume that they're all standing right next to each other if they're in a group, but they don't necessarily have to be. No. They could be in sort of like a wide line or something like that. You could experiment with the shapes a little bit to give the narrative effect you want, especially in range
I've
combat.
run games where they've been on. I've run games and sessions where they've been on opposite sides of the map.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't do it often, but I've done it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, you could do a lot of just different things with them, and you could use them for vehicles as well, which a lot of people don't think about all the time.
Yep.
Or even crews on a giant, if you have a giant battleship or something and you want to make all of the guns one minion group, you could do that. There's nothing stopping you.
That's actually Yeah, that's one of the things that is really, really good about minions because, and we talked about this when we did our vehicle episodes, is that you can use them in that to make your vehicle combat so much easier, yet you've got this great descriptive narrative going because there's 3 or 4 of these, speeder bikes or motorbikes or whatever it is that are chasing the PCs in their car.
But it's only one check still, so the
check.
PCs get to take center stage.
Exactly.
Like, minions are brilliant for all kinds of reasons, and we could probably just do a show talking about minions. But
true,
because they're great.
We could have some great audio drops for that show too. Some Despicable Me stuff.
For sure.
Yeah, y'all know what Beethoven's favorite fruit is, right?
No.
Banana.
God.
Oh yeah, sorry.
As someone without a child, I have not seen them. Around to it.
Yeah, you should watch Despicable Me. It's fantastic.
I can identify them, but not about that parent life yet.
Well, as the GM is the parent to the threats in the encounter, so to speak,
Such a pro.
There, and you're managing those minion groups. You guys have alluded to this, and I mentioned it a bit before. It's important to note that not only do they act, regardless of how they're spaced, they act as a single group, as one threat, one entity, which as you said, Keith, makes it great because it's just one check they make, that group makes, right? But it also means they have a single wound threshold. It's shared by all members of the group. And, as we'll get to, an individual minion actually typically has an extremely low wound threshold, but it's additive. So every minion you add, that threshold gets that much incrementally bigger. And as the group takes wounds against the threshold, you eliminate members of the group once you start knocking off those sections of the wound threshold, right? However, it is important to note that even with a bunch of minions stacked together, their individual soak only applies once to the group. Which is really great. And also, the other, I guess, last important rule for minions is that a critical injury will automatically take out one member of the minion group. Automatically. You don't need to roll the crit. It's just you spend a crit, boom, you've taken out a member of the minion group.
Which is also great. Because you kind of want those moments where, my combat heavy guy, fights a group of 6 minions and, my Jason Bourne just killed, 3 of them in one attack or whatever.
Well, yeah, seriously, a high damage combat monkey can pop off with a great roll 13, 15 damage in a single hit, which has happened. Okay. It happens. Okay. I mean, that will typically kill 2 minions out of a group straight away for most minion groups. Okay. And then if he also happens to roll a few advantage and pop off a crit, well, you've killed a third. Okay. I mean, it's you can mop. I have seen strong combat focused PCs take an entire minion group out in one single attack. And this is also like you have to understand the narrative dice system. A lot of people don't realize this. When a PC makes an attack, it's not one discrete attack. That combat check you make is narrative. It represents you making 7 thrusts, 2 of which are deflected, and you finally get one that strikes home, or peeking out from behind cover and taking 3 or 4 shots, with your gun, at once. And so, whereas with D20, it tends to be extremely discrete actions. And so with that narrative mindset, one hit doesn't represent well, how do I kill 3 minions with one shot? You didn't. You took 3 shots,
Right. Yeah. There's also an argument that just the definition of what it means to suffer a hit and what it means to be defeated are also a little mushy in a narrative system, right? So you might have a revolver that literally has limited ammo 6. You're clearly, in this instance, with this weapon, 1 shot is 1 round, right? Or possibly, right? Most likely. But, just because somebody takes damage, that doesn't really mean they got hit with the round. It means they expended some energy, maybe diving and ducking out of the way. It can mean a lot of different things. And defeated could just mean they give up. They don't necessarily have to be dead either. So there's a little bit of mushiness and flexibility when it comes to stuff like that. I would say when you definitely got hit is when you suffer a critical, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And just one minor point with that, something that I've seen with or heard with some of the podcasts is that with critical injuries, when they roll like multiple triumphs versus a minion group, it doesn't mean that they can kill 2 in the minion group, because you can only ever suffer 1 critical injury per turn. So you've got to come up with something else different to do with that other triumph. So something to remember there. All right, so we've talked about minions and how good they are. Our next one is rivals. So these are the NPCs who they're really simplified versions of the PCs. So they're going to be like the named lieutenants of the big bad guy, the creatures or characters which are important enough to have a personality and some meaningful interaction with your PCs. So that can be like a merchant or somebody, a mechanic that you've gone in to get your vehicle repaired or something like that. They have their own distinct rules. They're a little bit different to minions. So, like minions, rivals do have a strain threshold. Now, this means that when they suffer strain, they suffer wounds instead. But unlike minions, they can voluntarily suffer strain to perform, additional things like maneuvers and activate abilities and other things like that. But that strain turns into wounds instead. The second big difference is that rivals suffer critical injuries as normal, as opposed to what happens with minions who eliminate one of their number on a critical injury. The rivals make the roll on the critical injury table, and they suffer the effects of that injury as would anybody else. Now, the third difference is that rivals possess ranks in certain skills. Now, whereas minions, who only have group skills, rivals are specialists in their field, and they're therefore going to possess skills that suit a specific purpose, specifically the purpose of that rival. So a good example might be where a pit crew in a Formula One race might be minions working together for a specific task, but they need to work together to use their skills. The lead mechanic, however, can operate autonomously, upgrading their ability dice to proficiency dice with their skill ranks without utilising others for assistance. Now, obviously, they can use minions for assistance to be getting boost die for the assist manoeuvre. But generally speaking, they can work alone. They don't need any assistance. Now, the fourth difference is that rivals can sometimes possess specific abilities relevant to their purpose or relevant to their theme. If we use the mechanic, for example, they may have a special ability that allows them to spend a triumph to add 2 additional boost die after a successful mechanics check, while an NPC like the Alien Warlord on page 188 of the core rules, with its ability of tactical direction, where they may spend a maneuver to direct one friendly minion group within medium range, and that group may immediately perform a free maneuver, or they can add a boost die to their next check. So these special abilities are normally fairly unique, and rivals can also have talents. So don't forget that as well.
And Julio, I know we're going to talk about this more when we get to that first step of adversary creation and deciding where you want to pick it. What you're going to go with, a minion or a rival or a nemesis. But one of the other defining features for me for rivals, and this is talked about in the Expanded Player's Guide, is that a rival, you said it right, where it's almost like a simplified version of the PC. A rival should be somebody that can go toe-to-toe with a single PC.
Yep.
Okay? Mm-hmm. And it be challenging against a single PC. But a rival, unlike a PC, has one area of expertise or one area of focus, typically. Mm-hmm. And a distinction I like to make is, the way I often describe the distinction but for other GMs is minions are faceless and nameless, okay? Mm-hmm. Rivals, maybe they have a name, but maybe not. They could very well be nameless, but they've got a face.
Yep.
Okay? They have a personality. There's somebody who's memorable. There's somebody in a television show the camera would pause to focus on.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get their name in the credits at the back. The actor would get
at the very back, right? That's the rival, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is very different from the nemesis, which has both a name and a face, definitely. But
yeah, for me, the rival is. I tend to look at them as minions operate in groups, and the rivals operate alone, or they support groups, but they're separate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I tend to think of them in that regard. I know there's a tendency to think of rivals as being naturally more powerful than minions, but I don't think that necessarily has to be so in all cases. I think it really depends on the kind of character you're building. But for instance, like a town doctor might be a rival, but they might not be a particularly powerful character. It's just they don't work as a minion, so I made them a rival.
Because they are extremely powerful in their area of focus, right? Which is being a doctor.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess if you do have a PC doctor, they can maybe compete with that character on the basis of a medical quiz show or something like that. Going head to head on medicine checks. But but that would be kind of it.
Yeah.
Today on Save Your Life.
Hey, man. You don't know. You don't know what campaign somebody's running out there. There's somebody.
This is very true. There's some strange things out there. Anyway, so our last one that we have is, as Chris mentioned before, is the Nemesis. Now, this is going to be the BBEG of the encounter, potentially the campaign. And they pretty much follow all the rules that PCs do, except for their talents and their unique abilities. That a lot of the time that they have these unique abilities. And Keith, I think that you can certainly talk about a little bit more about this. But unique abilities really streamline a combination of a number of talents that rather than having a talent list which is 5 miles long, they can just have one unique ability that really suits them. So could you just talk a little bit about that? Because I know that you've done that obviously with, especially with some of the Star Wars stuff that you've done.
Sure. Really anytime when I'm assigned writing adversaries, I give every single adversary a special ability, knowing that a third of them will probably get cut, but I like to give Sam the option to cut something, right?
Right.
And sometimes you just like to try, what would a special ability be for a car salesman or whatever. So just to challenge myself as a designer, developer, whatever. But the idea, the great power of special abilities is that, like you said, it allows you to consolidate some things that are kind of built on a general level, but it also allows you to have specificity, something specific and unique to that character that adds a unique table flavor, something that the GM can bust out in an encounter, and all the players go, "Ooh, what does that do?" It's something new and different.
Yeah.
So there's a combination of wow factor, convenience, and just specificity to the concept.
And you don't want to go I don't want to get ahead of myself because I know we're going to talk about this in more detail, but when we get to that step of adversary
wow
creation,
factor doesn't mean OP. That doesn't mean
no. But I'm talking about the number of special abilities or talents that a Nemesis has.
Yep.
And we're I'll say this now because we are going to say it again and again. You guys have to remember the golden rule here: the average combat or encounter of any, even social, in this game lasts 3 to maybe 4, if you're lucky, rounds. Okay. And when especially online, if I get into conversations with people who are trying to build a stat block for some iconic creature or character, and it's but the character can do this, but it can do that, but it can do this, but it can also do this, but it can do this, and it can do this. Oh, well, you forgot it also can do this. It's yeah, I know it can do all those things, but it's only going to get a chance to pop off 3 of them, pal.
There's definitely a tendency among gamers in general who have this. Most of us, I think, have this sort of completist mindset where we want to be prepared for everything, right? And so there's this instinct, I think, to build generalist NPCs that are going to be great in any kind of encounter you can imagine. when that's really counter to all the decisions that's working against you in building what are actually good adversaries for this system, I think.
That is so full of wisdom. And can I make a confession to you all?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Here on the Forge podcast. In the past 13 years, I have done a tremendous amount of book show interviews.
Right.
Okay. Every Star Wars book that's ever come out, Keith, you've been with me for much of that.
Yeah.
We've had a book show on where we've had listener questions come in. Every Genesys book that's come out on this show, Uli, we've had interviews where we have listener questions come in.
Yep.
And we ask these questions that relate to adversaries and threats. Every single time we ask them out of due diligence, and I cringe every single time I get these questions in, because one of my beautiful brethren will be like, well, what about this on the stat block? He can do this. And as a designer, you guys are so nice, because what you're not saying is, dude, we chose the most iconic things that made sense for a combat encounter, and it did everything we could to keep it from being bloated.
Yeah,
right. And that's where the point is, I think, and I'm sure we'll dive into it again later. But the idea behind less being more is that when you're a GM, and especially with officially published stuff, we are trying to make it approachable for newer players and newer GMs. But you don't want to have the GM suffering from analysis paralysis. You know, when your player sits there and looks at the 13 different talents they've picked up over the past 100 XP, and they don't know what they're going to do that turn. You know, that guy who slows down play because they spend 15 minutes trying to figure out what to do and didn't really have a plan when their turn came to them. You don't want to put that on the GM as well.
Yeah.
GM is already balancing enough. They have a ton on their plate that they're keeping track of already. So keeping your adversary clean makes it good, because then the GM can go, oh, this guy does this, so that's what they're going to do. Like, that's the goal. You don't want to build like this tactical combat simulator in Genesys where the GM is playing against the players and trying to figure out the best tactical move or whatever. That's not what the system's built to do. There are systems that are built to do that, but Genesys is not really one of them.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the example that I like to use when people start talking about that is the Rancor from Return of the Jedi. That if you were doing the stats for that, like if they had a Return of the Jedi book, that what you would do is you would look at what's the best, their ability is going to be based on the fact that they're in a confined space. So, but if you had a Rancor out in the open field, their stat block may be completely different, because that's not what they are used for, or that's not how they hunt in the wild and stuff like that. So if you had, if you've got a stat block, whether it be from one of the adversary cards or whatever else, it's to suit a specific situation, but their stat block may be different for a different scenario.
Particularly when you're seeing them in like adventure content, right? When we're presenting adversaries in a context of like, here's a bunch of adversaries in the back of the book, those are kind of like generally built usually, although sometimes you will see like in the name it'll be like baby Rancor or whatever. It'll be like there'll be a modifier to make it specific to a certain situation, just to give them
imprisoned Rancor,
right? Something like that. Just so that you can make it different, just like you're saying. In an adventure, they tend to be a lot more that way, because when the designers or the developers building those adversaries in that context, it's to suit a specific encounter they've already built for that adventure, instead of like a more general approach where they should plug and play this adversary everywhere. Not that you can't, but like it's built to serve a specific purpose.
Exactly.
So we've talked about the types of adversaries that are out there, and we're going to come back to that again. But the last thing I think to say before we really dive into the meat of this conversation, this good conversation we've been having, is also the general adversary profile that you're going to see. It's going to have some details, which we've been alluding to. It's going to have the name or role of the adversary and their type, okay, whether it's a minion or a rival or a nemesis. It's going to have a description. It's going to have the 6 characteristics that adversary has, brawn, agility, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to have soak, assuming it's a character scale adversary.
Yep.
It's going to have defenses, okay? Potentially. It's going to have strain and wound thresholds, again, if it's a character scale adversary. It's going to have skills. It's going to have talents. It's going to have abilities. And it's going to have equipment. And interestingly enough, virtually every single point we just went through is part of the adversary creation process.
Oh, man.
So I want to lead us into that path, guys. But before we deeply get into that, I really want to also, since we've level set around adversaries and adversary types, which we need to, I want a level set about power levels, okay? And question, we decided to make this show a larger show about NPC creation and use in general. But the genesis of the genesis, you see what I did there? You see what I did there? The genesis of this show topic came because we've been getting listener questions about how to use power levels. Okay, and we determined you really can't talk about one without talking about the other. And so I want to take this step forward briefly before we take a step back, and I want to put power levels in context now to inform the discussion going forward, because this concept of power levels, Keith, was introduced in the EPG, in the Expanded Player's Guide.
Yeah.
It's something that Star Wars players, many of us, have been asking for years. I mean, the idea of being able to measure the effective threat of an NPC compared to the capabilities of the PC group in order to determine balanced encounters. I mean, previously in all of Star Wars to this point, still in Star Wars, and up until now with the EPG and Genesis, you just had to eyeball it. So talk to me about this idea, man. Where did it come from? Why decide to do it? What can you tell us?
So certainly I think where it came from was, like you said, it was fans and GMs and players asking for it, right? If people want a thing and enough of them loudly want it for long enough, Sam's eventually going to hear it and say, hey, we should try that. And, hopefully next time he doesn't just be like, give it to Keith, see what he does. But yeah, so Sam hired me to work on EPG, and the vehicle stuff is also mine and all the example vehicles in the book. So I had a pretty big chunk of this book to do. But one of the things he asked for was sample adversaries and cracking the code on the adversary power levels. So that was kind of all he really said. I think the other sort of mandate he had was that he wanted the way that the adversary power level got calculated to be separate from the equipment. He had this vision for these equipment arrays that could then be sort of plug and played onto different adversaries. Right. So that was also part of like the original concept that I was given. And from there, it was kind of like, take a month, see what you come up with, and then I'll look at it and then figure out the rest in a couple weeks. So, though my part of these jobs tends to last like, somewhere in the 6 to 12 week range. But so the only way to sort of build it is I started sort of playing with the numbers, and obviously I've been eyeballing it for quite a while myself. So I had this sort of gut intuitive understanding of, what was an appropriate challenge for different sort of experience and rated groups. So I kind of built it from eyeballing a little bit myself. That's where sort of the first set of numbers came from. And then I started trying to break it, and then, you refine it. And then the playtesters, Hooli and company, broke it a lot more and refined it more. So, but mostly it was like the two big things I remember grappling with was like, well, if I have an adversary that dumps all of their sort of skill ranks into social stuff, they're not really a threat at all on the battlefield. So how do I sort of separate that? So it immediately became clear that we had to sort of separate the power levels into different categories to be of much use to GMs.
So when we talk about the skills that an adversary has, I mean, there's lots of minutiae, but at a very high level, you can really classify them into combat skills and combat ability, social ability, and then, for lack of a better term, everything else, right?
Right.
So maybe you can talk to us then and kind of give us an overview of the three different power level types for an adversary, what they are and what they mean.
Sure. So there's the combat power level, the social power level, and the general power level. And the basic idea here is just that you're able to like use a table in Genesys to see what power level on an adversary equals like what amount of XP your party has, based on the size of your party and the XP that your party's earned, and determine it in a quote-unquote appropriate challenge for your party to face. Now, when I say appropriate, the way, at least the way I was aiming for, is that if you make the levels equal, your party's almost certainly going to win. Like, they're probably going to win that encounter. Not 100%, because, we're dealing with dice and probability, and there's outliers, and players might do something very strange or wonderful or whatever. So you could certainly win encounters with things that are out of your league challenge rating wise, or fail ones that are under it. But for the most part, you should have a pretty good chance of success if those numbers are even.
So what is the distinction between combat power level, social power level, and general power level?
Right. So in Genesys, when you're running the game and you're having encounters, you may have a combat encounter where you're doing initiative and you're entering combat sort of structured time, or you might have a social encounter where people are making charm checks and, versus cool checks, or, all these, negotiation versus a haggling encounter. If you're having a social encounter, then the social power level sort of helps you gauge the threat level for that. And then the general power level are for things like more skill challenge type encounters, where it's like, it's a computer hacking encounter maybe, or a medical sort of encounter, or even a movement encounter where you're using things like athletics and coordination and stealth, or even like riding or whatever.
Survival, tracking opponents in the wilderness.
Sure, survival's another great one. So, the general power level sort of accounts for those sort of encounters. Obviously, I would imagine combat is probably the one where people wanted this system the most. That's what they care about the most, is like how many, creatures can I throw at my party before they have no chance of surviving it. So I wanted to make sure that I was giving them as much accuracy as I could without overwhelming them in math and complications. And I did my best. And then, as I've said already, Sam and the playtesters streamlined it and made it even easier and more approachable to use. So.
Because one of the interesting things about these power levels is the first time that I saw anything of it was in Legend of the Five Rings. That's where it originated from, with this combat level, social level, and general power level, and then suddenly it appeared in Genesys. So,
I will say I can't speak to which product I worked on first. I don't remember whether I worked on some L5R before I worked on this, but I don't remember the idea intentionally coming from there.
Okay.
But certainly in my early draft, because I did open up my early draft for this just to be able to look at it, I definitely did split it up, because right away it's just,
it makes
I was looking
sense.
at certain, I mean, at least for the combat and the social, right? I would argue how often you're going to use that sort of general power level. But I'm sure when you're talking about how many games of Genesys or Star Wars are getting played in any given year or whatever, I'm sure it comes up.
And, I think it's important to note, and this is called out, I think, in the books rather clearly, that even if you've got an adversary that has like no social capability or no combat capability, every adversary always has a minimum power level of 1 in each of those 3 categories.
Yeah, I mean, they're still rolling dice. There's never
exactly.
There's always a non-zero chance of something strange happening.
But I mean, is there an upper limit to how high these power levels can go?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, certainly the chart builds it out, right? So that 22 is the highest thing we see on the chart in the book. But I could tell you, I want to say, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I want to say, my chart didn't even go that high. So
I want to know what the 22 is, because the only one that I knew was the ancient dragon in Realms of Terranoth with its combat level.
Just because there's a 22 on the chart doesn't mean someone built a challenge right. 22 thing. Somebody just did the math and decided that what a 1,000 XP group can handle is a 22.
Well, yeah, but that's cumulative. That's not necessarily one threat, right?
Yeah.
Right, that's the other aspect too.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that, but yeah, man, you open up that FAQ, the version 11 FAQ in errata, where it's got the Realms of Terranoth stat blocks, like with power levels added. 17 combat power, 17 for the Ancient Dragon.
That's a lot.
That's and it's dude. Read the stat block. It's worth it.
Yeah, I mean it happens. And I think Terranoth also, just by nature of being fantasy, lends itself to like my entire party fighting one giant creature, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily true of every setting, but I think sword and sorcery type fantasy stuff lends itself to that sort of encounter. Whereas like even Star Wars, which we've mentioned a few times today, Darth Vader doesn't usually fight the entire party of rebels.
No.
He fights like one or two people at a time, maybe.
Except for we're talking Rogue One. But
that was a hallway full of no. That was that. Yeah, I'm sorry. In that instance, Vader was the PC.
Yep.
A group of minions.
Yeah, for sure. That's that's what was it, like 15 minions? Probably three groups of five, maybe.
Like in the initial hallway, I think it was like 5, maybe 6. Which I'm sorry, even a minion group that high, if it was 2 groups of 3, or even 1 group of 6, I think Vader could probably squash.
Yeah. And I mean, they were just rebel troopers. It's not even like they were fancy powered up minions. Half of them didn't even seem to have weapons after the initial moment. So their combat challenge rating would be pretty low.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the movies you see them like duel Luke Skywalker, or there's, a few moments where I think on Bespin he rips away Han's blaster, and Leia doesn't even seem to get a turn on it. Boba Fett's right there too. And he doesn't operate alone either. He's always got some stormtroopers around him.
Yeah.
So I think in other settings, you might want to look at, or just remember that not every adversary has to be like a team opponent.
So what do these specific numeric values of the power levels actually mean? I think that's something that we'll come to the explanation.
We'll come to that.
Yeah, but right now you need to understand that higher power levels equate to more challenging threats. And that as you build an adversary, you'll be adding to their power levels potentially with each step during the creation process. Now, that's on page 74 to 83 of the Expanded Player's Guide, which we mentioned earlier, where it heavily details in a 6-step adversary creation process, each step of which informs the power levels of the adversary. Now, we're going to summarize each step as we go. We're going to discuss it at length and maybe add a few modifications that we found necessary to make the process easier, along with making your NPCs more balanced and more playable. First up, though, we have to really set your expectations. And the rules do this quite well, where the power levels of all of the 3, so combat, social, and general, all of those are going to start at 0. Now, yes, we understand that the minimum is 1, but we'll get into that in a little bit and explain why, but they all start at 0. Now, along the way, many steps of the adversary creation process have the potential to modify those power levels, and we're going to explain that as we go.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me that, like, also, if you guys are following along in your storybooks at home, there is a bit of a typo that has not been errated yet in the Expanded Player's Guide. If you flip to the very last step in character and adversary creation, it will tell you that step 7, but there is no step 6. It goes from 5 to 7.
Whoops.
So it is a 6-step process, and we will refer to step 7 as step 6 in our talk. Okay.
Right.
There is one other thing that I think we talked about last time too. I think in the characteristic array table, didn't like 2 things get flipped or something like that?
There are a couple things that still need to be errated, but they're pretty obvious.
Sure.
So that's worth noting as well. Now, the first step is actually one that I felt it necessary to add as kind of an adjunct. I call it step 0. It's not specifically called out as a step in the book. It is briefly talked about, but it's not called out as a step. And I feel personally, guys, that it is so crucial that I've added it as a step 0. And that step is that the first thing you do for an adversary is you have to figure out what role you want the adversary to play in the game at a high level. And I'm talking very high level. Are they an ally? Are they an obstacle? Are you creating them to be a combat challenge or a social challenge or just an ally, a master of general skills for the party? What is their purpose? What is their purpose in the session you will be using them in? What is their purpose in the overall campaign? And a tactic I use, and Keith, I'd love to get your feedback on this,
Sure.
is I write meaningful adjectives, just 2 or maybe 3 adjectives to describe the adversary. That gives me that overview, like, a skilled warrior, a jack of all trades, a cunning beast, dodgy, savvy, tough skin, territorial, a leader of men, okay, or women, as the case may be.
Sure.
But that's always been a tool that helps me in that initial overview process, and as we'll see, kind of informs so much. Just having that sort of single sentence understanding of the adversary you're creating.
Yeah, having like an elevator pitch or just like a concept, whatever phrasing you want to use to describe it. Being able to say in one sentence or so what is this thing and why am I making it is important. I think it's also important to remember that role-playing games in general are storytelling games, right? They're like interactive, improvisational, collaborative storytelling games. And so when you're talking about creating an adversary, you're talking about introducing a character of some kind into your story. So yeah, as you said, understanding the role that this character is going to play in that story is important before you start making decisions about it.
And that's something that, and I don't like to quote it, but it is something that they did in 4th edition D&D, is all of their NPCs that they had, especially in Monster Manual, had this, as you mentioned before, Chris, it has these 2 or 3 word descriptor of what it is, whether it be sneaky goblin or goblin archer. It's some flavor, exactly. And by giving them that, you're informing the reader exactly what their purpose is in a very brief form. And then the next step of the process, that's where you start talking about most people call it fluff, but it actually describes in, anywhere between 100 to 150 words, depending on, how much space you want to have, to describe what that NPC does.
And I don't mean to dog on 4th edition. Forgive me for my earlier comments. There's a lot of people who are huge fans of that system. It's not for me. But the one thing that even I feel that it got perfectly right was adversaries.
Yeah.
It did adversary creation and usage exceptionally well. I love the concept of the adjectives because that descriptive language, because as we will see, it will take the hard work out of selecting skill packages, and it will take the hard work out of selecting potentially even equipment packages.
Yeah.
Okay. Potentially. And you can save yourself a lot of time. And if you spend 30 seconds with step 0, you can save yourself 10 minutes of book diving and rethinking later on.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, if I know they're canny or sneaky, well, that really informs, you know what I mean? So much. If they're a skilled warrior, it informs, duh, right? But we're not giving you guys secrets to the universe here. This is pretty common sense stuff.
Yeah.
But it's something that a lot of people overlook. They want to dive right into the mechanical stuff. Start higher level.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Agreed. So then we get on to step 1, which is the adversary type. And it's the first step to determine whether your adversary is going to be a minion, a rival, or a nemesis, as we mentioned before. So, we're not going to go through what each of them are again. Rewind if you need to. But the minion is going to be, as weak as an individual, dangerous in a group. They're going to be nameless and faceless, strength in numbers, and they usually support for a named character, whether it be a rival or a nemesis. The rival, however, is they're a bit of a worthy foe, matching the PCs in one area of expertise. They can serve as a multiplier for minions, maybe a name, maybe not. Rather than an Imperial Lieutenant, it might be Lieutenant Dodger or something like that. I don't know. You know that I'm not very good at coming up with names very quickly. But anyway, it's PC level competence in a single area of focus, as Chris mentioned before, whether it be combat, mechanics, social, etc. They can lead and assist minion groups. They can even challenge a single PC in a head-to-head engagement. And then we've got our last type, which is the Nemesis, which they're the important adversaries. They're often major obstacles in not just an adventure, but in a campaign. They are the GM's PCs. They're at least equal to a PC in multiple areas of focus and may well be a threat to the entire group. It has a well-defined face and a name. It potentially has a backstory. It should have a backstory, and maybe even their own character arc. And they could also support multiple rivals or minions in a group. So the adversary type, whether it be one of the three, that choice doesn't have any direct consequence to power levels. Or does it? Or should it? Keith, what's your thoughts?
So it certainly has indirect consequences on power levels. Like it will have an impact because the way you're building each of these things, you're aiming for certain amounts of complexity with each one. And as you make them more complex, there's a tendency to increase the power levels. So it'll be a natural result of going through this process we're about to dive into. But just the fact that you erase rival and write nemesis, that's not going to give it a +1 on its own.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to call that out because every other step for the most part is going to have a direct mechanical impact on power levels potentially. Right. Okay. I think it's important. And I want to go back to this. I'm going to harp on this again. And I'd like to and Keith and Julio, I really want to get your thoughts on this too, but what I kept coming back to, especially as I was putting together the notes for this, and I think about how I write these three adversaries when I create them. If I have to describe a minion, it's nameless and it's faceless. If I have to describe a rival, maybe it's got a name, maybe not, but it always has a face. Okay? It's worthy of a one scene close-up shot, right?
Sure.
And the nemesis, if it's a nemesis, it always has a name and a face and a backstory. It gets scenes of dialogue, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, how often do you guys, when you're structuring your encounters and you're creating an adventure, whether it be for a home session or a campaign, or you're writing something for the Foundry, how do you separate this out? How often do you bring nemesis in versus rivals and minions? How many is too many? Do you need to have nemesis at all? How many rivals is too many? I mean, what are y'all's thoughts on this?
So, I enjoy liberal use of minions and rivals, and I like to save a nemesis a little bit if I can. But really, I think if you're any sort of encounter, be it a combat encounter, a social encounter, or something else, I think you're free to include a nemesis if it fits what that encounter is supposed to be. Like I said before, this is a storytelling game, so my first thought is going to be what is this encounter, this scene? What is it supposed to do? What are the stakes? What are my goals? And based on that'll sort of guide me to whether I want this sort of nemesis general type of character, or if a rival and some minion groups are going to get it done on their own, or maybe just a rival or just a nemesis or just minions. Yeah, it's also possible.
And we mentioned this before. I have to prepare myself if I'm going to run a nemesis. I mean, it's a heck of a lot easier, but it's a hell of a lot easier for me as a GM to run rivals and minions.
Yeah, they tend to only do one thing, so there's nothing to prepare for. You could just look at the block and be like, "Oh, that's the thing they do, so that's what they'll do."
That's the thing, and as we'll come to, they've got one special ability,
right? So use it. Can you use it? Yes or no. It's more of a binary. Whereas when you're talking about a nemesis, now all of a sudden the GM has choices. And you want to, I think you want to avoid that for GMs. They have to they have enough choices to make when they're running a game. So the fewer you could strip away, the more bandwidth you could preserve for them to make decisions elsewhere where it matters, the better.
Yeah. Look, for me, when it comes to any sort of adventures that I've written at home or stuff that I've done elsewhere, that I always think of everything in a movie sense. So when it comes to a minion, I think of them as an extra. With a rival, I think of them as a bit part, where they may appear on, several scenes, but that's the absolute most. And then the Nemesis is also starring or guest starring. That's the way that I look at them.
And featuring.
Yeah, and featuring, exactly. So you're not going to get them pop up all the time. In the 3-act play, you might have them pop up maybe at the start or maybe just once in each act. And that could be as not even needing stats for them. In one part, because they're not they might see them ducking away through a door, or they may be someone that is just, giving a speech to a large number of people. That to me, it doesn't need stats, but obviously as it progresses, those stats will become required as the PCs move through the storyline. But minions is the thing that I use the most. Because even if you're only using one minion, you've got an idea of what their skill set is by using their skills. So even though that they don't have any ranks in it, what they may have a boost. You might be able to justify a boost die for, or if they're going outside of their spectrum, you might be looking at something like setback die or whatever else for things that they're doing. But rivals I tend to use a lot more liberally, but minions are the thing that I use the most. And then Nemesis are in those once per act, I guess, for me.
I'll say this, and it's kind of interesting given the fact that this sort of challenge level rating exists now, whereas it didn't for years of this system and these sort of 3 different rankings types of adversaries. When Edge first came out, Minion, Rival, and Nemesis almost served as like an impromptu ranking of how powerful an adversary might be, right? So it kind of was like the sort of prototype of a challenge rating system because we're sort of tiering them already. I don't know that that's necessarily has to be true anymore. I am a firm believer that there's room out there for like powerful minions just because of the way their group dynamic works. Like if you wanted to do a SWAT team or a Navy SEAL team of NPCs and you wanted to give them high stats and, make them a real threat, maybe even give them a talent or a thing, even though everything we're about to tell you moving forward after this says don't do that. I think there's room for that. I think that there's a place for high challenge rating minions. And similarly, I think that there's a place for really low challenge rating rivals that are just specialists in one area, but maybe not even that great at it. But, they're individuals. Like, for instance, if I had a situation where my PCs had to rescue hostages or something, maybe I make the hostage a minion, but probably I make it a rival because it's not something that relies on that group dynamic, right?
If you want to, you can. I mean, again, this is not standard practice. This is considered by many to be bad GMing to do this. If you make a minion group of 6 minions operating as one group, like your Navy SEAL team,
right?
They will destroy a party.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But maybe the SWAT team, that's a fire team of 4, but these are elite dudes. So I want I want them to have a characteristic of 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
I want them to feel like they're death troopers. They're not stormtroopers, right?
Yeah. That's a really good example. Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't want to juggle 4 rivals in my initiative order because that's slowing down gameplay to increase. I don't. As a GM, I just don't want to. I just want minions that are tougher. So I might make some higher stat minions and call them death troopers and be like, cool, deal with this. But I still only need to do it with 1 initiative slot. So I think the fact that this system exists now, whereas it didn't, 5 years ago or whatever, I'm ready to let go of this idea that all minions need to be weak at this level and all rivals need to be at this in Nemesis. Like the defining feature of a Nemesis in a lot of ways is that it has a strain threshold mechanically.
Yeah.
So I might have a Nemesis character that is in, a generalist. They have like they're strong in that general category for medicine or something that might require strain to sort of use, or even social, right? Because they'll want a strain threshold, a dedicated one. But they might be not that powerful. They might just be like a local salesman for a negotiation encounter. But I might do them as a Nemesis just to give them a strain threshold. Like, I don't know. I that's me, going away from what the party line probably is for books that still get created. Maybe a little radical of an idea, but I think the fact that I can assign it a challenge level frees me up to do stuff like that, because I don't have to rely on that assumption of, it's a minion group, so I know I can blast through it. Yeah.
Look, I think that's certainly got merit, what you're saying there, that it really goes back to what we said right at the start of this discussion with step 0, is that what is the role of that particular character? And I know that when it comes to magic, and you and I, Keith, have had discussions about this in the past, that minions can't necessarily suffer strain voluntarily. But magic requires that. But if you wanted to have a minion a minion group that basically, like, whether it be, like cultists or coven or something like that, then it's supposed to be a bit of an obstacle, but you don't want them super powered. Give them an ability that allows them to do that. So, you're
cheating it. You're giving them an SQ that lets them suffer wounds instead of strain or something, and for the purposes of magic, right?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. And I also go on about, and I've said this several times on the show, is if you want, ninjas are supposed to be elite, right? So if you've got, you want to have your PCs mowing down ninjas left, right, and center, you want to have them as minions. That's their role. So why not give them adversary? Because that's one talent that I don't think gets enough love, is that adversary talent, because you want them to be tough. If the PCs attack them, something bad might happen, whether it be, part of the building falls on them or whatever.
But realize, guys, what we're talking about, and it was probably the wrong time to be talking about this, because what
we're talking about all the ways to not follow the rules.
We're talking about all the ways to not follow the best practices right now.
This is true. This is true.
And so, but I think there's a point to this, and I think we should come back to it when we talk about challenge rating specifically, because it does open that door to really start to play with things.
True.
Chris, maybe a little more on topic though. So my approach when you talk about, like, you want your 3 adjectives or whatever, the way I tend to back into this when I create stuff for my table. What I like to do first is, I need to have sort of a concept of what this thing is, like a 2 or 3 word statement, like a, agile ambush predator or something like that. And, but then what I'm going to do is I tend to go to the SQs and the talents first. Once I've, I'm going to know what type it is, but maybe not. Maybe deciding what I want my SQs or talents to be, what available talents there are, is going to help me determine what type of thing I make it. So, like if I was doing, kangaroo, right? Let's say I just wanted to make a kangaroo. I might decide, like, oh man, well, it's going to need some sort of jumping ability, right? So I definitely need to build that in there. And how would I want to make that? And would it be a talent? Is there a talent that'll cover it, or do I need to build an SQ for the jumping? And once I sort of decide that and build that, now I can back into what skill ranks I know I need and what characteristics I know I need to make it accomplish the thing I built it to do. So I kind of look at it as, like, especially if it's a nemesis, I need maybe 2 to 4 interesting things for this to do each round of an encounter. So I'll tend to build those things first and then back into the rest of the stats.
That's very interesting. And that's an interesting way to go about doing it.
I approach it a little different than what we outline here, but
but that's the beauty. And truth be told, we're going to go through this step by step, like it's outlined in the EPG. You don't have to even do these steps ordinally. You don't. I mean, each one is its own unique thing that it does to influence the power levels.
Yep.
So you really can tackle them in any order if you so wish.
It's true. And I don't know if this is just because I've changed as a person since I've been like working on stuff like this as a writer, but I don't think of the rules as written as nearly as holy as a lot of players and GMs do. And I think that's because I know it's just me and the other idiot writers that I know, we're the ones making them. So they're not that sacred to us because we're just like, some guys that are making it up as we go. So it's a lot easier, I think, for me to just feel like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this because like I just made it up the other day anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So I give you all permission to do the same. I guess is what I'm saying. All
well, as you should.
Players and GMs out there, like give yourself permission. Give yourself permission.
I will say Star Wars and Genesys do a great job of also very clearly outlining in those hard rules. It's said multiple places and multiple times in these books. Guys, these are the best practices we think, but if you need to adjust. Do what's best for your game and your group. That is said over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I think in Ready Fight, a solid 3% of my word count is the phrase "at the GM's discretion."
Yes, exactly. Right.
Yep.
So that's where it comes to. That's where it comes to. So okay. We've talked about the adversary type, picking that, and had our meandering conversation.
Step 1, yay.
Well, okay. Well, what we're going to talk about next, guys. The next few steps are pretty mechanical and pretty concrete, and we're going to have some good discussion around it. But here's where we start to get into the nitty gritty. Okay. The next step defined, step 2 in the EPG is characteristic assignment. Okay, and this is where you assign your adversary the 6 characteristic values they're going to have. Brawn, agility, intellect, cunning, willpower, and presence. And the characteristic levels they have will modify their power levels. Okay. Now, the way I see it, there's 2 options available to you for this. All right. Option 1 is what's codified in the book, which is page 75, table 2.2-1. All right. Which is to pick a characteristic array from the table. Every array has a name. Every array has example adversaries that it fits, which is fantastic. It has what decreases or increases that array will have on the adversary power levels. It's worth noting some of those arrays actually have decrease. Like one of them has a decrease on the power level, right?
Several of them, yeah.
Several of them, yes. So super easy, super peasy. I don't think we need to dig into that too much. But I want to talk about, I think more than that, what I consider to be option 2, which is to say, screw the arrays and make the characteristics that you want. Okay? Make them what you want.
Yep.
This is also easy to do, but it is much less easy to then associate power level adjustments to those characteristics. With the array, it's super easy, and I encourage you guys to use it because it's easy. You can be like, yep, that's the array, and that's going to be the effective power level shift. Right? But if I don't have an array option in table 2.2-1 on page 75 of the EPG that fits my needs for my adversary, and I want to just put in the numbers I want, how do I determine what the power level adjustments are going to be based on those characteristics? And Keith, I know you have in your head, and I know there's a lot of things you can't share with us because you certainly can't give us the writing that you originally submitted, or you may not wish to, or things like that.
I definitely cannot. I'm pretty sure I could tell you because I'm pretty sure we covered this last show with Sam, but I can remind you that definitely my first stab at this was breaking everything down and sort of assigning an XP value to it and then sort of getting it to it from that direction. So that's where a lot of the math came from. But so I that's about really all I can say about that end of it.
Sure. So I have a suggestion then. One of the things as I really started to analyze the arrays for characteristics, and I even went in so far as to grab various stat blocks that were given power levels, okay, and I kind of reverse engineered them a bit.
Sure.
I came up with a suggestion, sort of rough math, basically, a tabular format for how specific characteristic scores affect combat level, power level, social power level, and general power level. And what I found was, and Hooli, we're going to have this up in notes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So this will be available to listeners in our episode document. But and Keith, maybe you can tell me if I'm crazy here or if I'm way off base. But what I found is that combat power level, in terms of the modification of that at this stage, seemed to be heavily influenced by brawn and agility. Specifically, if I took the brawn and agility scores and I summed them together to get an additive cumulative number, a sum number, what I found was that if that sum was 2 or 3, it actually was a -1 to the combat power level. If that sum was a 4 or a 5, it was +0 to the combat power level. If it was 6 or 7, it was +1, and if it was 8 or more, it was +2.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right there. I don't know that the math is precisely that, but yeah, ballpark, eyeballing it, that feels right instinctively. I would say that, and obviously this is the same, right, for the social power and the general power level, where social is just willpower and presence, and the general is just intellect and cunning. I will say another way to back into this is look back at the table and understand that brawn and agility are pretty interchangeable for the purpose of this. So if you wanted a brawn 1, agility 5 character, you might look at huge. That's probably a bad example because it's so weird. But a lot of the times, if they're in that same like pairing, you can flip them around and you're fine. It's not going to change the totals from what it is. And another thing you could do is when you look at the power levels column, and it'll say like combat +2, social +0, general +0. You could be like, well, I just want the 2 combat stats from that one. So I'm going to take the brawn and agility from there, and that gives it combat plus this. And then I'll look at a different part of the array and take that intellect and cunning and find, whatever that does to the general, and then, find. So you could sort of mix and match these a little bit and steal the power level that works for you. And that should enable you to sort of get pretty close to a mix of any stats you want.
Yeah. And I think that's fantastic advice. But yeah, I kind of found this pattern that seemed to, for the most part, work and make sense. And like you said before, for combat power level and characteristics, it was brawn plus agility, that sum. For social power level, it was willpower plus presence. For general power level, it was intellect plus cunning. And again, if it's 2 or 3 summed, it was -1. If it was 4 to 5, it was +0. If it was 6 to 7, it was +1. Or if it was 8 or more, it's +2. And frankly, it should be +2. I mean, like, just from a combat standpoint, if I have a adversary with a 4 in brawn and a 4 agility, at least, that better be a +2 combat power level, right?
Sure. One thing I would add, though, is that obviously you don't want to do this because you'd only be like cheating yourself. You're the GM making these. But so you don't want to power game your own power level ratings. That doesn't make sense. But if you were building something that had very extreme sort of differences, like something with a 6 and a 1 would only put you at a 7. So like if you hit a monster with like 6 brawn, like a Rancor or something, and only 1 agility, that would technically only still be a +1. Whereas, like, intuitively, you need to understand that that one, having it that separated, that extreme a difference, it's maybe going to bump you up into that other category. There's going to be, like, exception.
Yeah. And as a reminder for our listeners, in Star Wars, your characteristics can go up to 6, but in Genesys, they can only go up to 5.
Yeah, but when there's a difference between talking about PCs and NPCs as well.
Oh, yeah. You see, look at you smacking me back. You're right. You're absolutely right.
It's a little different.
It is. It is a little different, and that's me being a slave to the PC NPC parity that was hammered into all of our heads through a decade or more of playing earlier systems, basically.
Sure.
So that's interesting.
One thing that I did want to mention very quickly about the characteristics arrays, and this is coming from when we talk to both Keith and Sam about the EPG, is that the intellect and the cutting columns are swapped as far as their values go. So
and there was also 1 or 2 different named ones where the entire rows were flipped as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
I forget which 2 it was, but it was like smart person only has an intellect of 2 or something. It was that and like a different one that just somehow got flipped. I forget which ones it was, but they could go back to whatever that show was.
Exactly. And
I think Sam talks about it at length, so you're getting the exact, this is what it's supposed to be.
And I actually sent Sam that question, and he did send me a bit of an Excel spreadsheet of what it should be. So we will have that updated in our show notes as well.
What a nice guy.
I know, right?
That's Sam Gregor's doing.
All right. So now we move into step 3, which is soak, defense, wound, and strain thresholds. So let's go back to basics. So we've got the soak, defense, and those 2 thresholds. And we're going to talk about the basics, then modify them, and what effect that has on the power levels. The amount or the size of basic soak, basic defense, and basic thresholds will not modify the power levels. Okay? So, you've already modified power levels based on those characteristics. All right? So your soak with is going to be equivalent to your brawn. That if it's 3, it's already been modified to 2-3, so don't worry about that too much. But if you modify those basics further, that may well adjust the power levels. So let's go through each of these stats, what their basic numbers should be, and how you can and should and shouldn't modify them. So let's start off with soak. So as I just said, the basic number, it equals brawn. Very simple. Gear may modify it. In other words, armor. That's the sort of stuff that's going to modify it. But that's in a later step with its own power level adjustment, so we don't need to worry about that. And
really, just by nature of how adversary creation generally goes in Genesis, you might decide, like, I want this character to have low brawn, but I need him to have a little bit of soak, like they have some endurance. There is a table to do this sort of stuff, but you might also just decide, like, I'm going to give them a few extra points of soak. I think that's okay.
And there's specific like power level adjustments for doing so, which we'll get to. We'll get to shortly.
So then we have defense, which the basic number for both ranged and melee defense is 0. So the gear again may modify it further, but again that's another going to be a later step with its own power level adjustment. Now, it is perfectly acceptable and actually quite common for even a powerful threat to have 0 defense. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And it tends to be armored individuals or things that have a perceived type of armor that would have a defense level. But equally, something to consider here are elements like, phase-shifting creatures, like from D&D. You've got the Displacer Beast, or you've got the Ethereal Gaunt, that basically moves between dimensions and things like that. But predominantly, you're looking for stuff that, has some sort of defensive capability, and I guess that's looking at it from a fantasy perspective, but if you really want to go and take a look at something a little bit more sci-fi, where you might have a mechanical beast like a robot dog or something like that, that has some sort of shield, like energy shield type thing, that can also be something that can increase your melee and range defense. So, take those and really, really consider them. Anything that sort of is going to seem like a natural type of armor or some sort of defense, consider increasing the defense ratings for your adversary. We then talk about wound and strain thresholds.
This is straight out of the book. I think it's worth talking about the basic wound thresholds that's recommended at this step in the expanded player's guide. So for a minion, the book literally has suggestions. I mean, obviously, so there's no strain threshold for a minion, right? But for wound threshold, the book literally suggests that if the minion has a brawn of 1, you should give them a wound threshold of 3. If the minion has a brawn of 2 or more, you should give them a wound threshold of 5. Like specific. It specifically calls out those numbers.
Right.
Now, to Keith and your earlier point, you can always modify that if necessary, but at that point, you really want to consider changing your power level appropriately, right?
Indeed. And there's options for that, right? The table has...
and as we'll come to when we modify these stats, right?
Right.
But it's... And but at a high level with no modification, if it's a minion with a brawn of 1, wound threshold of 3. Minion with a brawn of 2 or more, wound threshold of 5.
That's the starting point.
That's the starting point. When you get to a rival, again, no strain threshold because they're a rival. But the book recommends that that you have a starting wound threshold of 8 plus brawn,
right?
Which sounds a little low if you think about it. Well, it's really not.
It's not that low, and again, that's the starting point. You can further modify it if they're a combat heavy sort of. If you want them to be able to take more attacks.
8 plus brawn is 2 hits with an average weapon with a soak of nothing. Okay, you throw soak in the mix. That's 2 to 3 hits with your average weapon, right?
Which means that chances are that they're going to last. I don't know, 3 to 4 rounds?
Imagine
that.
Well, unless they get ganged up on, but like 3 to 4 attacks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, when you get to Nemesis, what the book recommends is that they have obviously the Nemesis has a strain threshold. The book recommends a starting wound threshold of 12 plus brawn. Again, it's a Nemesis. You want them to be tougher. Okay.
Yep.
An extra hit. And a strain threshold of 10 plus willpower. And the book specifically suggests, listen, for with a few exceptions, unless it's like a social nemesis, you really want that wound threshold to be higher than the strain threshold, typically. You know why that is?
Tell me.
Because there isn't a soak for strain. So when you're suffering wounds, that tends to get mitigated by soak. But the strain damage, it's all very different. The math is different. So the damage tends to be less because there's not weapons, but there's also no soak. So the numbers are all smaller.
When it comes to strain damage, though, like from blasters set on stun or something with a stun rating or stun damage, it does come
sometimes
off
it does allow soak.
Yeah. But when you're talking something like the stun, just stun, not stun damage, your stun quality, it's coming straight off with no modifiers based on soak at all. It just comes straight off. So
in combat, but when you're talking about like social encounters, it's like, what is it? Your charm check, it's 1 plus 1 per net success or something like that.
Yeah.
The numbers are just all smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
So, because there's not at least not yet, until some enterprising foundry individual screws up balance for everything. But there isn't like a megaphone you could get that acts as a weapon in social combat.
No.
Although, I definitely want to stat that up. But it's like add +2 to social damage checks or whatever. plus two strain damage with a megaphone.
That's great.
Because that's how it works now. Social, that was a big switch from Star Wars, was sort of defining social encounters in a similar context to combat.
Yep. In Star Wars, you've got the collar amp, but that's a side note.
Love the collar amp. Love the collar amp, but it has no mechanical benefit aside from you can be heard. You can be heard at long range.
Yeah.
But now you could technically build weapons for social encounters because the structure sort of exists for it.
Dude, we ideated this concept on the show where we were so inspired by what you did for unarmed combat with Ready Fight that we thought about a social combat book where you would have, instead of weapons, you would have rhetorics or arguments.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Like the straw man fallacy.
The straw man fallacy. And you could obviously you have to equip one and you need to use it, right? So the same general rules would apply, right?
Yep. Fun.
And they would have
got a control skill and everything.
Yeah, it's a control skill would have special qualities that would be triggered with advantage, right? Dude, I still want somebody to make that.
I mean, it sounds like you have to. But
sounds like another project. Yes, that's just what I need.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a pretty good one, though.
It's there. But okay, we've talked about the basics, the basic way to define soak and defense and wound and strength threshold. But now let's talk about modifying those numbers, okay, which we've been beating around the bush at, right? Because this step also clearly outlines, like, what if the concept that you defined back in step 0, or that you're backing into, in the case of Keith, necessitates a higher wound or a higher strength threshold, or that, like you said, Keith, they only got a 1 brawn, but I need them to have more soak, or increased defense. All of which, of course, at this point is not coming from gear, meaning these are natural physical enhancements or learned experiential increases that the adversary has, irrespective of their gear.
Yep.
This is where we get into page 76, which has table 2.2-2, that highlights the best ways to increase those things, and has several examples and what effect, if any, that it has on adversary power levels. Now, the book suggests that you should select up to 2 options from this table. Unless the adversary is a minion, then the book says you should select 0 or 1. Okay? Which, that may be the rule you may end up breaking if you really want to go off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, the challenge ratings themselves should sort of self-adjust whatever you're doing, as long as you're picking it from a chart, right? Like, it's going to add to the challenge rating. So, I mean, it is fine to take more. It's considered a best practice for, like, what you mentally think of as a minion to only pick 0 or 1. Like, that is good advice, and you should take it. But, like, if you've been playing with this system for a long time and you sort of understand how it works under the hood, and you see a reason, like I was talking about my SWAT team or something like that, like, there's, like, I might want to give my SWAT team dodgy and tough skin or hardy or something like that. Not hardy, that would be crazy for a minion. But, but I might want to give them 2 of the earlier ones. I might want them to have both a defense and something else that doesn't come from equipment.
But equipment solves a lot of problems, man. I mean, good equipment will give you 2 soak and maybe 2 defense, right?
And I would like to point out, if you want to do something that isn't necessarily covered by these sort of arrays in table 2.2-2, you can definitely go over to equipment and see how combat the rating changes based on, like, it gives you in that step not 7. It sort of tells you, like, if the armor gives plus this, then it adds this to power level, assuming that's coming from equipment, but it doesn't have to. It's basically just giving you, like, some conversion rates there for combat rating to increases in soak or defense. And whether that's coming from equipment or is inherent to the character is really immaterial.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you don't see something on the chart you like, you could go look at that section under equipment and sort of just pick what you want.
Well, look, we're not going to go through each of these levels there. I mean, there's a whole heap of choices there. But let's touch base on a few, as well as the lessons that we've learned from the table and general NPC creations from the core rules.
Yeah, and I think the first one is that threshold increases, wound or strain, should really be thought out. But, I mean, honestly, those are pretty easy ways to increase the survivability of a threat for a fairly low increase to power level.
One thing I'll mention about this real quick, though, is that while it's not really that consequential a choice when you're talking about rivals and nemesis type characters, because maybe it gives them 1 extra round, it can make a huge impact to minions. Huge. So even if you pick something, it says pick 0 or 1 from that chart, maybe don't pick the wound threshold increases, because that will change things big time. Like, it should almost be you should probably double whatever the combat increase is if you're applying it to a minion, specifically when it comes to wound thresholds.
I didn't even think about that, and that's a brilliant and very important point. Because, like, the table says, like, increases of +5 to wound or strength threshold don't affect power levels. Increase of +10 to either threshold will increase combat or social, respectively, by +1. and an increase of plus 25, it actually calls out to wound thresholds, is a plus 2 to combat power level, which is obviously a huge deal. But that first one, like, I would never, I mean, unless you guys radically disagree with me, I would never see a reason to give plus 10 wound threshold or higher to a minion, ever.
No, that'd be insane, because you're multiplying that by however many minions are in the group. But
even then, adding a plus 5, which according to the table says it won't affect power levels, if I'm going to give a plus 5...
It will drastically affect power levels.
I mean, God, that's like a plus 1 or maybe plus 2 to a minion at that point.
It's a lot. So I would just call that out separately.
Because I guess when you're looking at minions, you're actually looking at the total number of wounds that they've got, rather than just putting, plus 2 to or plus 5 to one of them. If you've got on average anywhere between, I think the core rules sort of suggest that, between 2 and 3, that if you start doing plus 5 wounds to a minion, you're adding 15.
Right.
Which is bringing it up in that, the plus 1 coming close to that plus 2 to the increase to the combat. So
and uniquely with minions, though, is that it's worse, because the more survivable they are, that means they're rolling the big dice pool for longer.
Exactly.
So it really does change things quite a bit. So I would just avoid it. And if you are going to do it, maybe stick to like the tough skin level one. That just gives it plus 2 wound threshold if you want to say these guys are particularly hardy or something like that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just melee defense. You want to give them 1 melee defense, that's fine. You want to give them 1 increased soak, that's fine. But the wound threshold's scary.
Well, and Huli, I think you solved a bit of the problem, because you sparked a memory in me, and I'm referring to it right now. It's on page 84 of the EPG. Talking about minion power levels, and it reinforces, there's a sidebar that reinforces that these power levels are calculated assuming that minions are operating in a group of 3. Okay? So if you were to say increase plus 5 to wound threshold for the group of 3, meaning the combined wound threshold increased by 5, that is a lot less intense than increasing each single minion's wound threshold by 5.
I'll tell you the trick there is, now you've just, instead of changing the number of the wound threshold on a minion, you've just added the special quality. You've just created and added a special quality, because now this is something that applies to the group regardless of the size of the group. Whereas if you just alter that wound threshold, now they're just going to double it or triple it or quadruple it.
See, that's a perfect SQ right there. It's like the total threshold of this minion group at the start of combat is always plus 5 higher, right? Like, that's what a great insight, Keith. That's really great.
That's why you guys have me on.
Exactly.
That's why we got you on, see?
Just something to point out as well, if you look at that table, and it's fairly large, I guess, is the examples. So tough skin, it says minions, rivals, nemesis. Armored hide.
Oh, true.
It doesn't mention minions. So if you want to use that as a bit of a guide as to what of those abilities you should be using them for, that's a good little guide.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that when I brought it up. It definitely avoids putting minions in any of the major wound threshold increases. Why? Because it's a bad idea. That's why.
Exactly.
So good on them for thinking of ahead of the problem I just discovered.
All right. So, look, the next one is defense increases should be rare and low. And, you really shouldn't ever go above a cumulative of 2 in natural defenses, whether that's, 2 in one or 0 in another or, whatever, or 1's in both. So, but having said that, depending on your setting, there are going to be exceptions to the rule, because in a fantasy setting, it just seems something in Realms of Terranoth that I've noticed anyway, is that there's a lot more of them, especially when we're talking about individuals or humanoids, that their defense ratings are quite high. They can be upwards of between 3 and 4. But changes up to a cumulative of 2 and defenses have no effect on combat level. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
And there is one example in that table. It's actually camouflaged.
Yep.
which is +1 melee and +2 ranged, which is a cumulative 3.
Yep.
And that increases combat level by +1.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
you got to remember, every time you're getting a defense, it's adding a setback die to combat pools, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not quite as good as Adversary, but there's still, what is it, like a 50% chance that it's taking away successes or canceling out advantage, right?
Yeah.
So it's making a character harder to hit. So the reason you probably want to limit it to 2 is, first of all, because it's pretty powerful, sneakily. And second of all, because depending on how many dice you have, you want to make sure you have enough setback dice physically at your location to be able to add in situations like it's foggy or slippery, whatever else might be happening in the situation. You don't want to throw. But I will say, like, in a way, I disagree because I feel like there are, as Huli said, some exceptions, right? I might have like a nemesis, like evil wizard character that can do. I want them to have some sort of like energy magical barrier that's just always up, right? That I don't have to like cast a spell for. This is just part of what they do. I might just want to represent that by just giving them 3 or 4 defense in ranged and melee, right? So like a combined 6 or 8.
And that would be definitely worthy of a power level increase, right? In terms of combat.
Absolutely. I'm not saying don't increase the power level. I'm just saying there are situations where a cumulative 2 or a cumulative 3, I can see exceeding that based on a character concept. Yeah. And that brings me to another point of where there are there's also an instinct where when I was building Allies and Adversaries, which is a Star Wars book, but it was a giant challenge to build all these different adversaries, right? Especially these iconic ones, where they have like, if you're doing, Sterling did Palpatine or whatever, Palpatine's going to have like all these force powers and stuff like that. Well, one of the big force users I had to build was the Sith witch, the leader of the Dathomir witches.
Right. Yep.
And rules is written, like I could have built, the force powers for Absorb and the Force Lightning Unleashed and all that. And I was like, oh man, that's so annoying. Why don't I just give her a weapon that's like the green lightning? And why don't I just give her defense to represent the shield? And now that's a thing the GM doesn't have to look up or do. It's just built into the stat block.
Yep.
So I think there's times you could replace stuff. Since we were talking about the magic system, I think those magic spells are amazing for the PCs and for them to be able to do whatever they need to do. But your NPCs don't necessarily have to do that. You could just sort of change the stats and say this is why, or you could, and granted, keep up with the adjustments that are recommended, or you could create an SQ or something like that.
Special qualities change everything.
Oh, that's true.
That's especially helpful for minions as well, Keith. And I wish I'd known that about 3 months ago. That you can basically just give minions what appears to be a magical attack, whether it be firebolt or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And it's not a magic ability at all. It's not a spell to cast that they have to look up these books. It's just one ability that they have, which is a weapon.
Right. You're just describing it as a weapon instead of listing it out as an SQ as a roll. It's a little trick that I know I've taught Huli and I've taught Chris Hunt and a few other people from Adventure Writing Academy that you want to be as nice to GMs as you can when you're writing something for a product, for like a Foundry product or something like that. You also want to be aware of word count for some situations when you're working for someone else. So a lot of this comes out of like, what's the most simple and economical way to display this ability in this stat block? And it might not be writing it up as a spell that they could cast. It might be making it a weapon or just adding to defense passively or whatever.
Very true.
And the last lesson to learn from this table and these modifications is the one thing we haven't talked about increasing yet, which is soak. We see soak increases listed here, but one of the watch rules seems to be that typically soak increases beyond the base are usually accompanied by a small wound threshold increase as well. Because at this point we're talking about inherent toughness, right? The thick skin of a creature, the armored hide of a creature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, when I say small, I mean 5 or less, right? And we can see, like, at least according to the table, a +1 soak, which should go along with a +2 wound threshold, has no effect on combat power level. It's just kind of a nice to be there, right? Of the 1 to 2 things you're going to adjust potentially, and a +2 soak, which is a very large soak adjustment, especially before equipment's added. Associated with a +5 wound threshold increase is worth a +1 to combat power level. So,
yeah, and you might decide that, like, well, these characters don't wear armor or anything like that. You would do this instead, right? Like, it's my ogre, and he's got naturally thick armored skin, sort of. But, he's running around like the cave troll in Lord of the Rings or whatever, right? Where
right.
Like, he's not wearing thick armor. He just is naturally there.
But, don't make that decision before you settle characteristics, though, because most of the time, if you have a creature that heavily armored, they're going to be heavy, thick, and big, and they're going to have a hell of brawn. Okay, so if I'm sitting at a brawn of 5, and that's a soak of 5, do I really need to increase it beyond a soak of 5? I mean, maybe I do, but woof.
To be fair, like, this process is outlined in these 6 discrete steps, but in a way, you're kind of considering the whole character the whole time and taking a holistic approach, because a lot of these things are interconnected and interlaced, and you can't just make each decision independently. You have to make it aware of what's going on in other areas. And brawn and its relationship to soak is one of those areas that could impact multiple parts of the stat block.
Yeah.
So before we leave this step, Hooli, should we maybe dole out some good advice?
I think we can do that. Look, when it comes to this, there's these modifications, and there's a few pieces of critical advice, and some of them we've kind of already touched on. But much of this is detailed in the book. So our first piece of good advice would be avoid compound defenses. Now, this is a sidebar on page 76 that you really shouldn't miss. It says avoid adding multiple avenues of toughness to an adversary. So, you've got your soaking increase, you've got defense increase, wound threshold increase, and the adversary talent. We can't forget the adversary talent. It's adding potentially not just the despair, but it's adding more of those threat that are going to be taking away advantages, and more of those failures, which is going to be taking away the amount of damage that it does. So we can't forget to throw that into the equation, especially when you start multiplying adversary out. You've got adversary 1, 2, 3 until you want to stop. But that's something that you do need to take into consideration as well.
And it just adds complexity, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know for me, like, if it's an adversary I haven't used before, the one area I'm most likely to overlook and forget to account for are the defenses, because they're kind of like over there. They're usually 0. Yep. And if there's a +1 or +2, I might not see it. Now, if I'm tracking, like, the adversary as well, now I'm even less likely to see the defense.
Yep.
Or think about the dodge talent or sidestep or whatever else it might be. You don't want to have to, as a GM, you don't want to have to, like, make choices when the character's being attacked, probably. Because make your choices when it's their turn. It's going to make your life easy.
I mean, one thing on that is that I don't think I've ever seen an NPC with the dodge talent.
No, but you see him with, like, parry, right?
Sure, and that's probably the exception to the rule there. But it's still, it's still painful. But you should be working that out when you do the your stat block anyway. You should be doing the sums for them.
We'll talk about this. I would never ever give an adversary parry. I would give them improved parry.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Sure.
Okay. Because I don't need to give them parry, because, as we'll come to, you don't need the prerequisite. And the reason to give an adversary parry is it's the extra defensive, but I want the ability to reflect the dang hit if that despair comes up, right?
Yep.
That's what I want it there for.
Sure.
So avoid compound defenses. This is a great piece of advice. The next is when you're modifying these defensive stats, when you're modifying soak and defense and your thresholds, adversary type, what you determine in step 1, actually informs these defensive stats a lot more than you might think. All right. And just think about, I mean, in general, increases that you add, I mean, not always. There's going to be exceptions, as we've said, but you really want to try. Typically, your default should be to limit those increases by adversary types. Minions who work in groups tend to have, if you go into the stat blocks, individual wound thresholds of 3 to 6. Okay, any higher than that is rare to never being seen, almost. Okay, so if you're gonna increase the wound threshold of a minion, you still kind of want to keep it in that range. Rivals tend to have wound thresholds that are roughly equivalent to a PC. So that's 10 to 15, right? And the Nemesis should have wound thresholds that match or far exceed the PCs.
Yep.
Okay, 10 to 20 is my barometer, and a Nemesis strain threshold should typically, as we said, be a bit smaller than their wound threshold. But again, unless they're specifically designed for social encounters, at that point, I don't care if they have a wound threshold of 2. All I care about is having that boss strain threshold that if it's a BBEG social nemesis, I'll keep in that 10 to 20 range. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yep. You got to remember, like on average, the average player is probably going to do, when they make an attack, somewhere between like 8 and 12 damage, depending on like the weapon and the check and all that. It's like an average of like 10. And then that's going to get mitigated by soak. So they're going to do like 5 or 6 damage per hit. And if you have a party of 6, you want to make sure that your nemesis isn't going to get wiped in the first round, especially if you want them to have some survivability. Yeah. So, you got to sort of think in how many hits do I want this thing to be able to sort of absorb. Yeah.
Again, that 3 to 4 round category is what you want to be allowing them to survive for. So, if you've got your big dragon, you want it to have a huge number of wounds to be able to survive that length of time. And as we've discussed on the show as well, just because, they have this threshold doesn't mean that they're going to keep on fighting until they get to that final point before they go, oh dear, I need to run away. If you're attacking a bear, the bear is basically going to run away because it has survival instincts as well. If it knows that it's outmatched, it will, put its tail between its legs and run. Simple as that.
And to be fair, that doesn't have to happen before it's defeated in combat either. No. That could be the definition of being defeated, right? It doesn't have to like be a dead body because you've exceeded its wound threshold. That just means it's defeated, and the GM can end the scene by saying, "Oh, they take off and run away. They decide they've had it."
Yeah, very true. Very, very true.
And to put that in perspective, I look at the ancient dragon in Realms of Tyranoth as possibly the it's the nemesis of nemesis, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I mean, 5 brawn, 5 intellect, 5 willpower, 4s in every other characteristic. Wound threshold of 45. Okay. Soak of 8.
Yeah.
Okay. That is something that, and it's combat level 17. That is something that is going to be rounds of challenge for an experienced party.
Yep.
It's there to be like fighting, a battleship with, a sword.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's there to be a challenge that lasts multiple rounds all by itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And talking of which, the big monsters and gigantic creatures is probably our next big point.
Yeah, this is an important thing to note.
Yeah. Now, so as they said in the Godzilla advertising, yes, size does matter. Large monsters and creatures are the exception to many of the rules that are in the book and should have higher wound thresholds than normal. A good rule of thumb is to use the monster's silhouette as a guide. Generally monsters should not have a wound threshold lower than 10 times their silhouette. It's pretty simple. So if you've got a large creature, so, you've got a silhouette of 2, you should be looking at, 20 or thereabouts, at least. And then, as you go up higher, and I can't remember what the silhouette of the dragon is. I think it's
probably a
4. Yeah,
3.
3 or a 4.
Okay, so it's silhouette 4, so it should have a wound threshold of at least 40, and it's 45.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Interesting. What's its brawn, Chris? 5?
But you said its soak was 7 or something like that, right?
I said no, its soak is 8.
It's 8. So you have to remember, like, on average, PCs are going to be doing like 2 points of damage to this thing when they attack it with a hit.
Yeah.
Right? And it has a bunch of, and it's probably even less because it has so many ranks of adversary, I'm sure. It's going to really shrink those dice pools, the results for the damage.
It's got adversary 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's insane. No, it doesn't have any defense. It's got 0 defense.
Well, that's
doesn't
something.
need to.
that was nice of them, at least. That's something. But so you're only going to be doing like 2 points of damage per hit, and it's 45 freaking wound threshold means that like it takes 20 some odd hits to defeat this thing in most cases, unless you show up with really specific like dragon killing heavy weaponry. That might be able to help use some breach, maybe, or some pierce at least.
Well, I mean, or an army,
right? I mean, or a whole lot of people who are going to make 20 some odd hits.
Or even just. I mean, if I throw 6 minion groups of 4 at this thing, we're going to get some hits through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sure.
I mean, but this is this. But I mean, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but I mean, this stat block is so insane. And for those of you who have Realms of Tyrannoth, that's on page 195. But I mean, like words of unmaking, like it can do a daunting Arcana check, and if it's successful, it can just take a magical item that you've got, and it's just mundane now, forever.
Whoops. Like, although that's like something specific to how dragons work in Tyrannoth.
Yes, it is. It is very specific. It's a very specific dragon thing in Tyrannoth. But I mean, even the fiery breath that it's got, we're talking 16 damage with blast 16.
Yeah, you know what that means to your 3 minion groups you were talking about? They ain't lasting long enough. That's a minion group going away every turn. Is what that is.
Yeah. That's where you need to bring in your heavy vehicles. So
you need some ballista or something to deal with
anything using gunnery.
Which, like in a lot of lore, that's what you see, right? It's not like some dude with a bow and arrow beating a dragon. It's a guy with a really giant bow and arrow defeating a dragon.
Unless it's a black arrow.
Well,
Oh, look, I go back to somebody called it Rain of Beards, but it's I can't remember what it's called. Rain of Fire. That's right, with Matthew McConaughey and
Matthew McConaughey.
I love that. I love that movie.
That's one of you. The box office would argue you're in the minority.
I know it does. But I actually ran a con module with that years and years ago as the template for the setting. So. But no, I thought it was.
But Chris, you bring up an important point that I don't want to forget about. And I know we're going to get to special qualities later. But when you're talking about, the black arrow or whatever, saying that like my crazy nemesis high level thing has a weak spot, a weakness, is a cool special quality to give it that maybe reduces the combat rating by 1 or something like that. To be like, hey, if you can do this special thing, like maybe you have to make a daunting check or something. But if you hit, it's going to just deal this much damage, or whatever you make up. But there's some cool things you could do that can maybe bring it down and provide some cool mechanical approaches PCs can take to defeating a threat.
Step 4. I think we've discussed that.
We're flying, guys. We're flying.
So step 4 is skills. And as Chris said before, this is where we get into the thick of it. Because this is a little bit problematic. So skills are perhaps one of the most important aspects to define an adversary. It directly impacts how they play at the table, how effective they are in doing whatever it is that they're designed to do. But too many GMs go overboard here, and this is the biggest piece of advice that we can give before we talk about anything else, which is don't add too many skills to an adversary. It's so easy to think that if you imagine an adversary making a certain skill check with any regularity, they need to have ranks in that skill. But they don't, and probably even shouldn't. So remember, the average encounter lasts 3 rounds. Is your adversary really going to make 8 different skill checks in that particular encounter? The answer to that is pretty much no. You focus on what they are most likely to use. And you have to remember that adversaries can make any skill check untrained. So you've always got that option. That's a reason why that you have the 6 attributes listed at the top, that they can always do that. They don't need a skill. They may have already foreign intellect. Do they really need to have intellect skills and list all of them? But no, it's as simple as that. If you want to do...
The way I think of it is that if you list the skill in the thing, you're screaming at the GM, you make this check with this.
Yeah.
Nothing's there as a backup. If it's in the list, it's there because the GM should be making checks with it.
That's a great way to think about it.
You really need to try to limit the number of skills. When it comes to Nemesis, you should limit them to about 8. When it comes to, or even less, if you're a rival, you should be limiting them to around about anywhere between, no more than 4. And then when it comes to minions, you should be doing it less than 4. So that's normally what I do when I'm designing it. If you go any crazier than that, you're trying to get your NPC to do too much for that particular encounter. It's not I think this is an important part to note, is that too many GMs out there treat their NPCs like they're their PC.
Sure.
And so as a result, they go, well, if they can do this, if they can do that. And we touched base on that. You know, we talked about that before, that they shouldn't have to be using those skills in this one encounter. What is their purpose? We discussed that in step 0. Work out what that is, then apply what skills you think that they might need, and then start paring them down. Simple as that. That's the way I like to look at it.
For sure.
Yeah.
I would also, when I'm thinking about giving my adversaries different ranks and different skills and what have you, one of the things I try to do is not duplicate efforts in skills. So, like, for instance, there are a handful of movement skills among the skills list, right? There's athletics, which can help you move using brawn. There's coordination. There's stealth. There's riding. So there's like 4 of them, or there's probably one more I'm not thinking of, or piloting. So there's all these different movement skills. Like, they probably only need 1 or 2 of those. I don't need to give them 4. There's a bunch of different social offense skills. Like, I don't need to give them every single one of them. I could probably pick 1, maybe 2. I could probably pick 1 social defense skill between like cool and vigilance or whatever. So I feel like even though maybe you want the thing to specialize, still give it a way it goes about it, right? Like, if I'm building a combat character, I'm going to probably pick melee or ranged, or decide on a balance between the 2. But I'm not going to give it like every single range skill or every single... There's no reason to give it like 5 combat skills just because it's a combat character, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, make a choice.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Now, once you've got the skills in mind that you want the adversary to have, if you're following the method that's in the Expanded Player's Guide, you're going to want to feast your eyes on table 2.2-3. This is on page 78, where you can just select 1 or 2 skill packages. Each skill package has an associated increase to combat, social, or general power levels, in some cases multiples, depending on the skills in the package. And, you know, if the foe is like a main character villain, a principal villain, okay, your big bad evil guy, you could even select up to 3 packages if it's warranted. And it's also worth noting, if you do happen to select multiple packages with the same skill in them, give the adversary the higher of the 2 values. Do not combine them. The rules also call out, if the foe is a minion, you should really only select 1 skill package. Additionally, the minion obviously doesn't get the listed ranks in the package. Just those skills just become group skills for the minion. Also, it's worth noting in the case of a minion, because we're dealing with group skills, not ranks, any skill package you pick simply increases the minion's power levels by +1 instead of the listed plus increases for those power levels in the package. And to reiterate what Hooli just said, if your package selections add more than 8 skills and it's a nemesis, consider removing some to bring the list down. And I mean, if you got setting specific skills, whether those are combat skills or knowledge or magic, I mean, consider substitutions as appropriate,
Yep.
Agreed.
Pretty simple, pretty basic.
Yeah. When it comes to some of these, and you go through the skill package, it's easy to say, well, my character that I've got in my mind shouldn't have this, but it should have something else. Try to stick to that. As we said before, you can just use the base ability for it. And again, go back to what they're probably going to use. If you've got, for example, a chase through the streets, and you've got a police patrol after you, or a group of them in a minion group or a couple of minion groups, you might want to use the town guard down the bottom. But do you think you're going to be using them for coercion? I don't think so. Driving? Absolutely. Leadership? No. Maybe melee, depending on the scenario, but most of the time it's going to be, if they're going to do anything, they're going to probably try to shoot out your tires, in which case you should be looking at ranged. But other than that, you don't need anything else. So as Chris said, and to combine all of that, start paring them down.
If you do want to swap out some of the skills in an array, I think it's generally going to be fine. Yep. Like if you're like, oh, I don't want my character to have athletics, I want him to have coordination. It's not going to mess up anything with your power rating. Or swapping streetwise and survival, which are basically the same skill for different environments. It's not going to impact anything. Or that list of 4 or 5 movement skills or the combat skills. As long as it's the same type of skill, swapping it and keeping it at the rank that the array gives it, you should be fine.
Absolutely. That's great advice. So our next bit of advice is social adversaries may seem like they need skill bloat, but focus on an offensive social skills. So charm, coercion, deception, leadership, and negotiation, they're all offensive social skills, while cool, discipline, negotiation, and vigilance are defensive social skills. Now, that's a lot of skills to basically try to cover. This doesn't mean that your social adversary needs heavy ranks or any ranks in all of them. Best practice is to put ranks in the offensive social skills for a social adversary more so than defensive social skills. This lets a party feel, properly threatened by the foe without feeling they can't effectively target the foe. So that's an important thing to look at there.
I would both agree and disagree with you at the same time on that. So, yes, what you said is absolutely true and correct. You don't want to give too many adversaries cool 5 ranks in cool and 4 ranks in discipline, because now they just can't be swayed, right? But when it comes to the offensive skills, I wouldn't want you to take 3 or 4 of them. It's maybe 1 or 2. When you're picking these offensive social skills, you're saying something about sort of the personality and the approach of this character and how they do stuff. So they probably have one main way they do things and maybe one other sort of approach that they take if that doesn't seem to be working. And that's generally, even for a nemesis character, that's probably it. For a minion, they probably only have one way, if any, right? And that's if they're a social minion. For a rival, they probably only have one way, maybe 2. And then, also one defense.
Good point.
That'd be my general approach to it.
That kind of translates well when you start looking at rivals in particular, where they tend to have just this one, they're a bit of a one-trick pony because that's all that they're using for that particular scene. But also when it comes to NPCs, you've only got a little bit of a blurb, whether it be, as I mentioned before, 150 words, depending on what it is, that describes it. The rest of the description you can fit into their skills. their talents, their abilities, that is really going to, telegraph to the reader what the nature and the role of that particular character is. And, you're right, skills are the best way to do that. And so if you've got someone who is supposed to be charming, but is quite deceitful, charm and deception are your obvious choices, for charm being the main one. But if they were like an evil, conniving person, deception might be the higher one. Or if
they're just in charge, it might be leadership.
Exactly. And that will inform
if they're a bully, it would be coercion. Yeah. So, like you're saying, something about the personality of that adversary.
Yeah, definitely. But what if you don't want to use the packages at all? or what if I want to create my own skill packages, which is something that you could do if you were running a setting, for example. If you were designing a setting, you could have some skill packages put in there for creating NPCs of your own in this particular setting. What do you do?
Oh, man. I tried to do what I did with characteristics here and find some common throughput mathematical constants, some patterns.
No.
I only found one thing and even then it's not constant. I found that if I, to a large degree, combined combat skill ranks seem to equate to certain combat power level increases. Like if I look at all the combat skills, and I saw a cumulative 0 to 2 ranks that was like +0 to combat power, a cumulative 3 to 5 ranks was +1 to combat power. A cumulative 6 or more ranks was +2 to combat power, and then with magic, that threw magic out the window. Like every package that had 4 ranks of a magic skill was automatically equated to a +2 on combat power level. So I have no idea.
Sure, and I will say I don't really have much of an idea either, but I will say this. Because the version I did was very much XP focused as opposed to having these pre-generated arrays, right? But if you think about it in terms of just from your gut, if I have a character that has, let's say, 4 ranks in ranged as a combat skill, and then I have another character that has 4 ranks in range, but also 2 ranks in, melee. Is there really functionally a difference in the threat of those 2 characters, Chris?
That's going to be dependent on how
just
they
from
are.
Your gut.
No.
But just from your gut, would you say oh man, those 2 ranks of melee that I'm probably not going to use in most encounters are really functionally changing how dangerous this character is?
I mean, yeah, of course not.
Oh, they're not. So where you have you're adding combat ranks together on a character, I would say maybe instead just look at what the highest one is.
That's a really good suggestion, actually.
You might reapproach it that way, and again, I don't really know what's in this table that way. I don't know if what I'm telling you is going to help or work at all. But I do know that when I was looking at it and behind the math, redundant skills, which is what I would call a 2 rank melee when they already have a higher one. Redundant skills don't have much impact. So I would look at the social skills and say, what's the highest offensive one and what's the highest defensive one, and figure it out from there. With combat, I would just find the highest combat skill and figure it out from there.
Again, as we were saying before about the social skills, for the social skill-based character, it does reverse engineer that you look at what are they most likely to be using. If they've got a big fat sword, and they've got a decent melee, sure, they might have brawl, but that's a backup. So you wouldn't necessarily be using that to calculate anything. So that works across both of those types of adversaries.
And I'll be honest, from a design perspective, having had now years of experience with Genesys, if I were to do all this again, for adversaries, I would get rid entirely of the separate combat skills and just have weapon skill. And that it would just apply to whatever. And then I'd have social offense skill and social defense skill. And that would
strangely enough, that's exactly what L5R does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't have to do that, but it does have like the level where that works.
Exactly.
But I would kind of approach it just that way, because then it's easy to swap out equipment and not have to do. Not that it's hard to do, to be like, I'm giving him a sword now, so I'm just going to give him his best combat rank with the sword or whatever. But you don't even have to do that. It could just be like whatever weapon they have, they could use it at this skill. That's what I would do if I were to rebuild it all, like the whole Genesys system now, specifically for adversaries, not players.
Well, I mean, I can see that. Although I will say I've had players who take pride, and this is not a common thing, but they take pride in the ability to disarm and sunder. And when you do have a threat that specializes in a particular weapon, or a particular skill, denying them that can be a very valid encounter strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And maybe for a Nemesis grade character, I wouldn't do that. But for like minions...
Oh, yeah. For minions, rivals, absolutely.
it would take a level of complexity out that doesn't add much. But I see your point. Certainly with the social stuff, if you could sort of figure out like, oh, well, this guy doesn't really respond to sweet talking, but might respond to being bullied based on which defense skill works, right? Yeah. So, like, I could certainly see that. And there's room, certainly, for special qualities or talents that you make that allow characters to make a perception check and learn, like, which social defense skill they have or have higher or whatever. So, yeah, there's definitely ways to bake that in and make it interesting. But it feels right away like it's more of a Nemesis level thing.
Well, I mean, that's the sort of thing that we see in social encounters, is that you're learning their weakness, you're learning that, and so that element can obviously be translated into a combat form that you might want to learn a little bit more about rather than their background. You might want to learn what's their prowess seem to be. Are they favouring their left hand, or I'm just thinking Princess Bride,
or they just. They're a skilled swordsman or whatever.
Exactly. So, is that stuff that they can do?
Fair.
So, but having run L5R where they do that, that is the one thing that does frustrate me about that system, is that just because they break NPCs down a lot more than what they do in Genesys, is that you end up having, especially when you've got opposed checks, that they have these things which are ridiculously difficult that don't necessarily translate to what an NPC is all about. And it's just because they need that higher ability for this thing that they do, but it doesn't always translate to something else later on. So yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's fair.
And look, truth be told, there's a ton of skill packages.
There are.
A ton.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard to find one that is not going to meet your needs if that's the case. So,
and like I said, you could swap out similar skills. So
yeah,
if they belong to like the same broad category of skills, like don't go swapping charm for ranged or something like that. But, like keep it fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be honest. Well, and again, you're the GM and you're building these, so the only person you'd be cheating is yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, it's like you say, if you're swapping in the same category, like combat skills and social skills and general skills.
Right.
So, okay, I want to move on to the second to last step, which should be some interesting conversation here. And this is talents and special abilities, step 5. So, I mean, look, picking talents and special abilities for adversaries may seem daunting in the face of sheer choice. I mean, there's 75 plus talents just in the core book alone.
And that doesn't talk about Android and Terranoth and Keyforge and the Foundry
and the EPG and blah, blah, blah. So I think talking about talents, I think we do have a few things that can guide you here, guys. The first is that, as we've said, remember, encounters typically last 3 rounds, maybe 4. And Keith, as you've sagely said during this episode, if I see it on the stat block as a GM, it's telling me I should be using it.
Yes.
So do you want your adversary to have more than 2 to 3 special tricks on their bag? Really?
The second you give more, now you're asking the GM to make a choice about which one to use in this situation. And we're trying to avoid that. Because the GM's going to juggle 3, maybe even 4 different stat blocks in a combat encounter, right? Maybe fewer in a social encounter. But because of that, you just want to minimize the choices they're making. You should make the choice when you're building the adversary. Don't make the choice when you're in the middle of a combat round.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. And if your adversary has a talent or a special ability, for that matter, I mean, it should be important enough to be used at the first viable opportunity during the encounter. I mean, just period.
Yep. Don't save it.
Don't save it. And if you don't feel there's going to be a viable opportunity commonly occurring in an encounter for it, don't have it.
Just because you've seen a lion do something on Wild Discovery or whatever program it is, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be doing it in this specific encounter. There is a reason why.
Like the good example is Anakin Skywalker, right? Anakin Skywalker could do a lot of things, like a lot of things. But unless you want a 12-page stat block for that adversary, you can't work them all into one thing. It's going to be like 3 pages long, and GM's going to spend a whole session just deciding what their next turn is with that adversary. So you need to. It's almost like now that football's back, right? The NFL. Sometimes a head coach will pre-script the first series of downs. Think of it. They know what plays they're going to run ahead of time. Think of it like that. When you're selecting these talents and abilities, you're sort of pre-scripting how they're going to behave in combat in some ways.
Our next point is lots of talents are designed specifically for player characters. And this is a really important point, and some people miss out on it. And again, it goes back to what I said before, that some GMs feel that their NPCs are their own PC. So avoid talents that upgrade thresholds, defense, soak, and characteristics, as well as those in narrative ways. So, defensive talents such as dodge, sidestep, defensive stance should always be replaced with adversary, for example. Get rid of those ones. It's extra paperwork that you don't need. Even if it's a nemesis, dodge still requires strain to be able to spend it. So if you're spending that strain, that's another thing that you're asking the GM to work out. Don't use that. Adversary is a simple process. And I mean, Chris, you've spoken about this X number of times on the Order 66, and certainly way back at the beginning, that adversary wasn't originally in the rules. It was something that basically came through playtesting, that all of these other talents aren't needed if you replace them with a simple process of adversary. And it also telegraphs the type of adversary that you're dealing with. If you've got somebody that's got, one adversary, well, they're probably a lieutenant, but they have some level of importance. But if you've got somebody who's got 3, they are a BBEG. There is no two ways about that.
It's like another prototypical challenge level almost.
Absolutely.
I will say there are exceptions, though. In my very own Ready Fight, I have adversaries with dodge and sidestep and defensive stance. And there's a reason for it. In some of the settings for Ready Fight, it's assuming one-on-one combat in like a cage or something. Mm-hmm. So now that I've unloaded the idea that a GM's balancing out 5 different adversaries for this big combat against 6 players, and it's only one-on-one, I can add some complexity and feel okay about it.
Yeah, because you're only having to deal with one thing that you can look up ahead of time and things like that. So yeah.
Well, if a player can manage one character, a GM can also.
A GM can manage one character. Yeah.
It'd be quite refreshing.
And at that point, it's really PC versus GM PC at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But because of that unique sort of situation, I felt okay with that. But I would never build them that same way if it was like a general NPC for a different setting.
Yeah.
Totally. I also think it's important to avoid talents that introduce plot elements or modify the narrative. There's a lot of PC-focused talents in that regard. Like Know Somebody comes to mind. How Convenient is another one.
Sure. There's also some things that help with like crafting or constructing stuff.
Yeah.
Most of those you could get rid of. That's if it happens between encounters, that talent doesn't apply to adversaries.
Doesn't apply. They don't need it. And for anything that modifies the narrative, you're the GM. You can modify the narrative how you wish. You
Any
don't
way
need,
you want.
Yeah, any way you want.
You're never going to have a PC basically say, "Oh, I'd like to get this particular sword made magical" or something like that. Oh, but does he have the make magical? No. That's not what you're going to have at all. No. It's just going to be he's a blacksmith. Yes, he probably has some negotiation. You might say, just to reference that to the GM, that he might have something in mechanics, but really that's about it. He's a businessman and he can do certain things, and it'll take a number of days. Make a negotiation roll with him. Oh yes, I can get it done within a day, no problem. That sort of thing. So
that's it.
Yeah, adversaries only exist in the context of the encounter you're using them in. And while big bad evil guys might have narrative things happening between encounters that you reveal to players, you don't need mechanics to address any of that. Just keep it narrative in that case.
Exactly.
So the next guideline we can give is got a couple subpoints to it, but the idea is that talents and special abilities, when you apply them, should be restricted or focused based on the adversary type that you determined back in step 1. Okay. With very few exceptions, minions should have 0 talents and maybe 1 special ability. Maybe.
Yeah, I think the special abilities are a lot more common if you're start dealing with like you're in a fantasy setting and they're like fairies or they're something other than human.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like a species ability to set them apart. I think that tends to be in science fiction type settings. It's the same thing.
I completely agree. I mean, but I think the default assumption should be 0 talents, maybe a special ability. If you do give them a talent or a special ability, it should be, of course, very thematically appropriate to your step 0 concept. And furthermore, also, at least just in my experience, and this advice is actually also echoed in the book, if you give a minion a special ability, they shouldn't have a talent, and vice versa. They should only have 1 special thing. Yep. If they have a special thing at all, is what we're saying.
Yeah. And again, this is about reducing the load of things the GM has to wrangle.
Yeah. Minions are intended to be paper. Yep. Okay. They're intended to be tissue paper.
And while combat might last 4 rounds, it doesn't mean your minions will.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's with minions. Now, when you come to rivals, the rule of thumb here is that rivals don't need talents unless it's focused on their area of expertise. You don't have to give your rivals talents, and you shouldn't feel the expectation to. But if you do, it should really only be 1, and it should really only be related to their area of focus. Obviously, it goes without saying, avoid giving rivals talents that require strain expenditure. That's just a bad scene for somebody without a strain threshold. Yes, they can voluntarily suffer strain, but you do really want to cut down their wound threshold with talent usage.
Right.
And then a rival can also have up to 1 special ability. So, if you want to give a special ability to a rival, that's typically common and very fitting. And like you said, you have fun with it, right, Keith? Where you
to me, it's the most fun part about when I get a job that's like, I'm going to have to create 40 adversaries in the next 6 weeks or whatever. That's the one thing that really wakes me up in the morning and gets me working on them is like, ooh, I have this concept today, and what's the unique thing they're going to do that's not covered directly by a talent or whatever already.
Yeah. So there's that. But I mean, ultimately what that means is that a rival's really going to have like 1 special thing they can do, maybe 2, right?
Yeah.
If you decide to give them that talent.
I mean, I would say like just definitely don't go over giving rivals 2 things. Whether if they're 2 talents or 1 and 1, how much that matters, I don't know. But don't give them more than 2 things.
Yeah, agree.
For the most part.
Completely agree. Now, lastly, when it comes to nemesis, the watchword here is that a nemesis should do something interesting each round. Okay? That doesn't always mean using a talent or a special ability, an SQ, but it's a good idea to give them some. And the recommendation, if you get into it, is not to give a nemesis more than 3 talents and or special abilities total, unless they're in like the main multi-session recurring bad guy or character in a campaign, in which case maybe you might give them 4 or 5, right? Because they're going to have future opportunities to whip them out in an encounter. Right?
Yeah, if it's a super recurring character, then they might challenge the PCs in more than one type of encounter. It's possible, right? Like, who doesn't want to see Han Solo and Boba Fett suddenly having to play sabacc against each other or something?
Right.
Like in a weird, unexpected sort of encounter. So, like, it's okay to broaden them a little bit. It's also okay not to do it all at once. You might build the same character multiple different ways. I think Cooley, you sort of brought this up, talking about a Rancor. But it's okay to build the combat version of a character and then build a totally separate social version of the character, even though it's the same recurring nemesis, having 2 totally different stat blocks for different types of encounters. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I would call it a good practice because it keeps those stat blocks clean for the type of encounter you're in and using.
Well, I mean, if you look at things like what was that dice game that FFG did? That was a combination of cards and dice and whatever else as well. Destiny.
Oh, Destiny, the Star Wars.
They had multiple different versions, and I think that if you look through any of the collectible card games where Star Wars is mentioned, that there is the same character, but they've got like Luke Skywalker, General.
Commander Luke Skywalker.
Exactly. Exactly. So you've got different types, and I don't think that there should be a problem with that. I think the continuity PCs, or the continuity players, should I say, they're the ones that have the greatest hang up on this, because they've sort of said, oh, well, Darth Maul had this stats in this, and now he's got this stats, and it's completely different. Well, it depends on what he's being used in.
Yeah, I would argue that it almost doesn't matter.
No, exactly.
And the stat blocks don't exist for players to look at. They're for the GMs to help tell story. So, I'm a big advocate of the same. Like, if you're doing a long form campaign and you have like, oh, this is Major Griller, and that's my main nemesis for the party, who's the woe of all their problems. I have no problem statting that same guy up 3 or 4 times. Maybe the next encounter they meet him, he has a different approach, right? Because now I'm going to give him a suit of power armor instead of just the sniper rifle he was hunting him with last time. I might build him totally differently. And I think that's okay. As long as I'm subscribing to the same sort of, it still feels like the same character, like approach-wise, and that has more to do with the narrative than anything else. I don't have any problem building it. The key to a good adversary is that it's easy for a GM to use at the table, both mechanically and narratively, right? There's some hooks there that bring the character to life in the write-up, which is something we haven't really covered. But
that is a whole topic alone, Keith. But
we're flying through this so quick. It's only been a few minutes.
Well, okay. So before we talk about actually adding talents and special abilities, we do have one more guidance piece to give.
Oh, sure.
And that's that tiers and prerequisites don't matter. So unlike PCs, adversaries simply get to ignore tier and prerequisite requirements on talents, which, I mentioned way earlier in this segment. So if you want them to have improved scathing tirade, then they don't need to also have scathing tirade and 3 tier 1s and 2 tier 2s. You get away with that because it goes down to what the theme of the character is. If it's a ranked talent, give them the number of ranks you want the ability to have for them. So if you want to give them parry 3 or parry 2 or whatever it is that you decide, but they don't need the rest of the other tier 2s to be able to get up to that 2nd or 3rd tier of parry. It's not needed. It's superfluous.
Right. Yeah. A lot of those rules are there to monitor player progression and keep XP expenditure in line with other avenues of spending XP. So with adversaries, we don't really care about any of that.
Not at all.
Sort of throw that all by the wayside.
Exactly. So that's pretty much it.
So with those guidelines in mind, we can actually look at adding talents and adding special abilities, like mechanically, and then what that means for power level rating. Now, so let's start with talents. Simply put, take a look on page 79. You got table 2.2-4, 79 of the Expanded Player's Guide, and that lists 34 common talent selections, many of them advanced talents or highly ranked, and their associated power level increases for the adversary. Okay. Obviously, this table can provide a guideline for judging the appropriate power level increases for other talents. If you have other talents you want to add, you can compare them to some of the talents here, whether it's from a tier standpoint or an effect standpoint, and use that as a primary guideline for what the power level increase would be. But I mean, it's not to put this in perspective, like one rank of adversary doesn't even increase combat power level. 2 ranks increases it by 1, okay, which is insane. And 3 ranks of adversary is a +2 to combat power level.
Well, if you think about how adversary works, though, you're already rolling against probably at least 1 purple dice, if not 2, right? So the difference between a purple and a red, I mean, yes, the despair's on there, and that is huge if it comes up, but that's a 1 in 12 chance. Like the rest of the dice, it's not that radical a difference. So Adversary 1, while it adds a lot of fun because of the mercurial nature of the potential for a despair, it like functionally on most checks, that's not going to come into play on Adversary 1.
Yeah. And that's a very good point. And how the dice work out there. But you got basic stuff like minor things that might help you generally or in combat. Like I'm looking at Animal Companion as like +1 to combat, +1 to general, because you got an extra body to chew on something or retrieve something for you, right? Take a hit, basically. I mean, you got stuff like barrel roll or brilliant casting. It gives you a benefit, +1 to combat, right? But even in 3 ranks in coordinated assault is just a +1 to combat. Dual wielders a +1. I mean, you don't get into heavy increases like +2s until you get into stuff like Improve Field Commander. Ruinous Repartee, which is a super high tier talent for social, is like a +2 to social, right? So typically speaking, even boss talent selections aren't going to, your average is going to be a +1 increase to power level, if any increase at all. And even the boss talents are like a +2, and that's it.
Yeah, the main thing is just identifying clearly, is this a combat talent, a social talent, or a general talent? Yeah. If you do that, then you're just picking 0, 1, or 2, really. Yeah. That's all there is to it.
And there's a few choices that affect more than one thing.
That's true.
Good old Standboy Indomitable. Indomitable, that increases both combat and social because it applies in both, right?
Master can affect all 3, right? Although I would argue that which skill you pick depends on which one that should really
I would agree. Yeah.
Same with natural.
Yeah.
But I mean 3 ranks in parry is just a +1 to combat. That's combat power level. I mean that's the adjustment we're talking about.
One thing that I just want to mention, this may be something for everyone who's gone ahead already and created a setting, or that they've created different things with new talents. It might be worth your while to have something like this so that GMs can use the talents that they've created for their supplements in their games to create their own NPCs and things like that. If they have a bit of a table that lists all the talents with what their combat, social, and general, what those levels increase it by. So,
yeah, I mean that talent table there is pretty economical space wise, but as far as laying out stuff in a book and what have you. But you're going to know your talents better than the GM trying to dissect your talents, right? So
true.
It would. I think it would be a nice thing for people to do for sure. Just like it'd be nice to assign the various challenge levels to adversaries that are in your product as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you don't have to. It's extra work. But it'd be nice. Yeah. People would like it.
Yeah, it gives them a reason to go and buy a product, I guess, if they know that they can use it not just in this particular supplement, but for their own settings or own home games as well. Just thinking from a marketing perspective. So
no, for sure. No, it's definitely a nice marketing bullet to be like, EPG combat rating compatible or whatever.
Yep.
Sure.
What about special abilities?
Well, much like talents, there is a table. It's table 2.2-5. It always makes me feel like I'm reading law when I start going to this. When you start talking about the table numbers and whatever. And that's on page, it's on page 80. And that lists 16 excellent special abilities to apply to an adversary, each with associated power level increases and examples of common creatures or threats they might be applied to. You know, everything from aquatic breathers to having natural weapons to having advanced tactical abilities. You know, some of them, like mental weakness, environmental vulnerability, even reduce the power levels of an adversary the same way negative special abilities add starting XP when creating a custom species. So, again, we can use this table to provide, use as a bit of a guideline for judging the appropriate power level increase for other special abilities as well. Is there any guidance, I guess, that we can get other than, rules of thumb when it comes to this sort of thing?
To which part of the thing, I guess? There's two parts, right? There's making special abilities, which is its own. That's
almost its own show.
Yeah.
Right. So there's that, and then there's, once you've made one, assigning it an appropriate level. And again, I think it kind of works the same as when you're trying to rate what the talents are, right? Decide if it's mostly a combat, a social, or a general thing, or if it's two or all of them or whatever. Usually it's going to be one main thing, though, I would think in most cases. Decide that, and then decide if it's minor, moderate or major, and give it a +0, a +1, or a +2. I don't think anything gives +3 to a single category.
No,
nothing.
And remember, these things are going to add up. It's cumulative, right? So it might seem like we're nickel and diming you with a bunch of little +1s and +2s, but if you've done it through not 7 but 6 steps, it can add up to like a 17 or something like that if you get crazy. But yeah, the special abilities, you just, at some point, it comes right back to what gauging the adversaries always was, right? And it's, you just got to kind of eyeball it and know what you're doing. So despite all this work, that's still ultimately the answer for some parts of it, right?
Yep. And I think that's the case across the board. From you talk to anybody about the design of power levels, is that it's pretty good, but there is some sort of tweaking that you have to do along the way to make it make sense, because there's always exceptions to the rule. So, sure. I guess from our perspective, all that we're trying to do is provide the means for a baseline, and then you can start to modify things from that. And we'll probably get on to that a little bit later as well.
I look at all like a bell curve, right? There's always going to be like the extreme cases. Yeah. And most of these rules just have to hit the fat of the middle.
Exactly.
The meat of the cases. If you're building something like this and it's covering like 80% of choices or 90% of choices, if you're lucky, like you've done your job very well. But there's always going to be edge cases that don't apply.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you think that those 16 isn't enough, go and take a look through. Keyforge's Secrets of the Crucible. That has so many special abilities in it. It is not funny. So go and take a look at that. Really useful for Did
they put the challenge rating increases on those or no?
They just gave basically how much XP that they're worth. So they're really useful in creating species and archetypes. But, not so much the adversary special abilities. Not that I've seen. I haven't managed to get all the way through the book. But
it's rare, I think, for a publisher to start having their books quite that interconnected and assuming you have them all, right? They kind of want to treat each thing as like you have the core book and this one and that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Although, for those who don't have Keyforge, it is worth noting that, the actual power levels are noted with every stat block.
Oh, for the adversary. Well, yeah, that makes sense because they did do it with the errata, as you guys said, and sort of backdated the other ones.
So that's heartening. It means that they'll be there for hopefully every future product that's published as well, one hopes. And I'm sitting here looking at an Ember Drake at 14 combat going,
So. Oh, dear.
Try talking to it. Definitely try to seduce the dragon instead of fighting it. You'll have a better...
It is Keyforge. Okay, I want to get to the last step. I want to talk about equipment. I love what was done with equipment. And Keith, you even mentioned at the start of this intense conversation we've been having, this epically long conversation we've been having, that was even one of the original ideas that was brought to you for designing this, was that, come up with something, but we're going to have these cool arrays for equipment.
Yeah, Sam definitely had a vision of this, like, leading into it, where this was sort of, he told me he wanted to decouple the adversaries and their equipment so people can sort of mix and match.
When it comes to creating an adversary, I have always found equipment to be the most cumbersome portion of it, because even if I know what I want, I've got to do some book diving. Because if I know what I want, I need to go find the entry. I need to find what the damage is. I need to find what the special abilities, the qualities of that weapon are, right? Yeah. I need to find out what it all is. I got to look. I got to go check the description to see if there's anything I'm missing. I got to go back to the table. All right, and I'm flipping between pages. So
Genesys Core isn't very helpful to you in that regard.
No,
because it spreads all of the equipment amongst all the different settings. So.
Yeah, and for good reason. I mean,
it's great for what it does, but for this very specific thing you're talking about, not ideal.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. So I love this. I mean. Outfitting your threat, whether this is with actual gear or natural armaments, the claws and teeth, the weapons, the armor, the gear the adversary carries may also well increase the power levels. Sometimes radically, depending on what the gear of outfitting is. But first and foremost, you want to outfit your adversary with the equipment that fits the concept you defined back in step 0. Are they a melee? Go back to your adjectives, right? Are they a melee fighter? Are they a brawler? Are they a sniper? Are they an orator? Are they a mechanic, a doctor? And there's 2 options to do this that are actually outlined in the book. Okay. Option 1 is the equipment arrays. Okay. And this is, again, I love it. It's so easy. There's 22 equipment arrays laid out on pages 81 through 83 of the expanded player's guide, and each one of those arrays provides weapons and equipment, and furthermore, a wonderful write-up of the type of adversary that would utilize it and the power level adjustments associated with that array. Okay. And it's multi-setting, it's generic, basic citizen, manual laborer, adventurer.
These were really fun to write.
Dude, I can only imagine heavy ranged warrior, right. And it's like, a ballista, a machine gun, a rocket weapon. Like it really is great.
This is one of the sections that didn't change much between what I initially did. And I think that's mostly because Sam already knew this is exactly what he wanted.
No.
Yeah.
So he was able to assign it to me in a really clear and precise sort of way. But it was a lot of fun to sort of think of, like, one step zoomed out, like, how can I make this idea of equipment applicable to most settings people would use for Genesys? And that's a real challenge. I had to do the same thing when I did after this section, the sample adversaries. It's like I have a laborer and a fixer. Like, they're very non-setting specific sort of names.
They're almost unskinned. We talk about reskinning.
Unskinned.
These are unskinned, right?
Yeah. So it was fun. It was a unique challenge, something that I hadn't really been asked to do in any of the various narrative dice system sort of products that I've worked on. To do something sort of this stripped down and easy to apply to any sort of setting.
Yeah. And it shows. But I think some of the lessons that come through here is it really drives home how critical gear and equipment can change the threat of an adversary. How critically it can. Because when you get into option 2, which is kind of like the self-determined option, which is actually outlined before the equipment arrays, it's the most free-form method. It's like, look, just give them the gear you want him to have.
It's one of the few places where they're just like, so here's sort of the math.
Yeah. And that's what I love about this. And this is right on page 81. It's like, here's the math. And we can summarize it. For weapons and armor, if you got weapons that deal 4 to 7 base damage, or armor that provides +1 soak and or +1 defense, that's basic, no adjustment. But when you start getting higher on just, again, base weapons or armor, if you get to a weapon that deals 8 to 14 damage, or armor that is +2 soak and or +2 or 2 to 3 defense, that's a +1 to combat power level. And then when you get into like heavy weaponry, like 15 or higher on the weapons based damage, or heavy armor, which is like +3 soak and or 4 defense, that's like a +2 to your combat power level.
And keep in mind that that weapon and the armor, those are decoupled. That's separate.
Yeah, that's separate.
So it's not a weapon and this armor, and that's
no.
+2. It's a weapon or the armor.
Or the armor. And so that means if I have a weapon that deals 15 or more damage, and I've got armor that provides +3 soak, that's a +4 to my combat power level.
Which is quite a bit.
It's insane, right? Which explains how you get to, I mean, it's one of the ways you get to a 17 on an ancient dragon, okay?
But I mean, just imagine you have a combat threat that's only level 1, combat rating 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
If you give it a really good weapon and really good armor, it has suddenly become a challenge level 5.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a pretty big jump. And that means you're going from a PC brand new out of the box being able to handle it alone to, needing a group of 4 PCs to handle it alone, or needing one PC who's got like 300 XP. So there's a big jump just from the equipment there.
The first ever game of Star Wars I ever played, when the beta came out, I didn't use a pre-written adventure because it was the beta. Okay. Right. We had a pre-written adventure in the beta, but I wanted to make my own. Yeah. I wanted to, I think Sterling wrote it, right? But I wanted to make my own, so I did, using the experience I had, which was none, and reading what I read. And the very first encounter, I had 2 minion groups of 3, and I gave them carbines.
Oh.
Which, I think the base damage is 9.
Right. And it's against your characters, your PCs that are just new rolls, right?
Brand new rolls. And I had 2 PCs drop in the first round.
Wow.
Whoops.
And it was like this, but they're minions. But that's the effect that equipment has. It makes them so much more powerful from a combative standpoint.
For sure.
So, what else? What else in the math that they list out here? We've got weapons. This is a big one. Weapons that can hit multiple foes or inflict multiple hits with a single combat check.
So, auto fire and blast.
I mean, that's a +2 combat power level.
Or
right there.
linked, right? Linked would apply there.
True. If you've got like the dragon, for example, it has its blast of 18 damage, and then has 18 damage base.
I'm sure it has blast 5 or something. Okay, right?
So
I don't know.
It was 3. It's actually blast 3.
Right. Wow.
Okay.
Remind me what the reinforced quality does on armor. Looking for that, right?
I definitely don't know off the top of my head.
Let me see. I'm looking for it.
Even the designers look stuff up. It's,
they're immune to sunder.
Yes.
And armor. Weapons with reinforced are immune to sunder. Armor with reinforced. My God, I had no idea armor did that with reinforced. Armor with the reinforced. It's cortosis. It makes the armor with reinforced quality makes the wearer's soak immune to pierce and breach.
Oh wow, yeah. So that's pretty big.
Okay, because one of the next ones is that armor with the reinforced quality is +1 to combat power level. Yeah, I can see why.
Reinforced is nasty.
And I will say this, it's not in this table, but if you give a weapon breach 1, I would almost give it a +1 on that as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just as a converse with what the armor reinforced quality does, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so talk to me about the distinction here, because there's a distinction made. Gear, overall, that adds an advantage or removes a setback from social or general checks is a +0 to social or general power level. But gear that adds a setback, adds an automatic success or a boost die to social or general skills adds a +1.
I mean, to me, the idea is that if you're adding advantage, you're probably just adding narrative elements.
True.
So I don't know that we really need to...
it's social or general. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't really have to change in removing setback. Again, it's just not that... For social in general, specifically, it's not that big a deal. And even the gear for the other one, it's still only social in general.
As far as the removing setback... there isn't always going to be setback. And we've said this numerous times, there is definitely if you haven't got at least one setback die, you're probably doing something wrong or not adding enough of an element so the players can take away that. But there is, if you've got a character with an ability to add a boost die, that is always going to happen. There's never going to be a scenario that where they're doing that, where they're serving their specific function, that they won't be adding that boost die. So
it's a good point, and there's two other points I would make as well. One, it's gear that adds advantage singular or removes setback singular. If you have a piece of equipment that removes 3 setback, that might be a different story. I might throw a +1 on there. The other thing I would say is that while this is talking about gear as it relates to social and general power level, if you, I don't know, made a talent or a special quality that functioned in the same way, don't be afraid to use this as like your combat, your power level adjustment to use these sort of numbers here. You don't, just because it says it's gear, it doesn't matter. Like this all comes out in the aggregate anyway. So if you see a place where it's like, hey, if you add +1 soak, it does this, or if you it doesn't matter which section it's in, that's still probably an appropriate alteration to your challenge level.
Definitely.
And then the last one listed is that, and I want to clarify this with you, a combined soak of 7 or more after applying gear.
Right. So it's talking about armor plus the natural soak.
Plus the natural. So I mean, like, so if if
you put armor on that dragon.
Gotcha. So regardless of any other gear I've added, regardless of any naturals I've given, come hell or high water, after everything's applied, if I end up with a soak higher than 7 or more, I need to bump combat by 1 more level.
An extra, because it's just going to be so hard to damage that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. What additional advice do you have for those who are wanting to not want to? I mean, there's no reason to not use the equipment arrays, guys. They're fantastic. But if you're wanting to do whole cloth and do it yourself, any other advice for people doing that?
I mean, honestly, doing these was not as easy as you would think. But it does generally. I mean, if you're looking at the stuff it lists in the equipment there, like that's going to cover most of your cases. There is some equipment that functions differently, or it has a real niche use or something like that, like it's an entangler weapon or something like that. But this is going to cover most of it, most of what you might want to do. And even if it doesn't, you could probably look at an array and find something similar. I was honestly struggling to come up with enough different arrays. Because when you zoom out far enough, like if we pick one of these things, like basic melee warrior, the weapon isn't sword, it's one-handed defensive melee weapon. You know what I mean? Or heavy ranged warrior is just heavy rapid firing ranged weapon. It's not machine gun, it's not, rotary laser. So it's sort of grouping all those kinds of weapons in one area and saying, hey, if you pick this array, it applies for all weapons of that sort of type. And, if you look in a book and you're like, well, I want this specific rotary laser as my heavy weapon, it's fine. You probably don't have to reinvent the wheel. You could just sub that weapon and it's going to be ballpark about what we have listed in the array. So I would say, honestly, your case, no matter how much of an edge case it is probably covered. The other thing I would say is there's nothing that says you're not allowed to have more than one equipment array either. Specifically, I'm thinking like the offensive and defensive magic user, you could probably, if you have a nemesis sort of wizard type of thing, you can take both. There's nothing that says you're not allowed, and just increase the combat rating for both of them. And if there's something redundant, then the lower one goes away, just like with the skill arrays. So, but yeah, I'm gonna say that there's probably, I would challenge someone to find me a legit thing where they're like, it's really not covered by the array at all. I think they'd be pretty hard pressed.
Very true. But no, this was some excellent work, Keith. Can I just say it's, I mean, to also stick within page count too, that would have been an interesting thing to do.
No, I mean, all of this got reinvented so many different ways that like, I don't know how much relationship this had to certainly I wrote within what I was assigned, but what I was assigned isn't necessarily very reflective. This book in general, because it's such a toolbox book, I have a feeling I'm not the only guy who has a story of, well, what they ended up printing is pretty different from what I sent them. I have a feeling that book had a lot of that going on. Just because of the nature of it, that's what's going to happen. Because this is probably the kind of project that really like Sam and the Tims and Alexis or whoever else was on the team at that point in time when we were doing this, they probably should have written the whole thing in-house, except for like a few sections they could sort of farm out. And they, I'm happy to have worked on it. I'm proud of my work I did. But this is the kind of product that's like so crunchy and mathy and under the hood. It's something that needed a lot of in-house look and a lot of like, there's things they could just do in-house that we freelancers can't. And a lot of it is sort of like, I call it rapid prototyping, but like they can go to lunch and put it on the table the same day, go back and tweak, they could do a lot of internal testing that a lone freelancer just can't.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we've really got one final thing that we have to do. Now, it's not really a step as such, but it's certainly, it is something that will need to be done. And that's finalizing the adversary creation. So pretty much we've done it all really at this point. But, each step along the way has likely modified the adversary power levels of your new creation. The last and final thing that you need to do to ensure that you have any adversary power levels at less than 1, you should increase them to 1. The other thing which will basically come into play is really going to be playtesting. And we'll get onto that sort of in a little bit of a different way. But that's it. Is there anything, Chris or Keith, that you'd like to add to stuff that perhaps we haven't touched base on or haven't missed thus far with regards to creating the adversaries?
Not really. I would just say that we've talked about the mechanical stuff, but Genesys being the game that it is, don't sleep on the narrative side. And certainly for like Nemesis and even maybe some named specific rivals, it might be worth it to look at giving them motivations like fears and flaws and strengths and all that sort of stuff. And, maybe for some named big bad evil guys, you're going to write a little background or something like that. Like, don't sleep on that aspect of the adversary creation, because it matters. And you should have, some sort of idea in step 0 of what their deal is, and that's what's informing your choices. But like, obviously, for the context of Expanded Player's Guide, we didn't turn this section into a writing class on developing characters, right?
We didn't. And I think that is another episode that is certainly something that we'd love you to come back on to discuss that. But if anybody wants a bit of a preview of what it's like to do that, you can always become a member of the AWA, which is the Adventure Writing Academy as well.
True.
Well worth your while. As a graduate myself, I can say that it's helped my writing to no end. It's I can't thank you enough for that course. So yeah, if you get the opportunity, definitely go and do that. If you are wanting to be someone who develops stuff for the Foundry, it is, I can highly recommend it. You will learn more than you've ever learned in school in any way, shape or form. It's great. And it's done from the context of adventure design and role-playing games in general.
Yeah, and fiction writing. We have a lot of fiction writing happening too. Yeah. But we've had a lot of success stories out of that program, of which, Huli, you are, of course, one of the star pupils, right? Having written for FFG and doing all the stuff you do with the Forge, and then Chris Hunt. And then Darren West has done some editing for FFG. Corby Kennard, and we have a few, Brett Bowen. We have a few students that are working for other publishers outside of Genesys as well now. So it's exciting to see all of my former students moving on to doing the thing that they went to class for. It's nice. But on the topic of adversaries, I think in the creation of the adversaries, we've covered pretty much all of them.
Absolutely. Right? Yeah. Chris, any final thoughts about that?
No, I don't think there's much more to say in this epically, massively long conversation we've had.
We have gone on for about over 3 hours.
Yeah. I think there's really only one thing left to talk about, and that is using the adversary power levels in your encounter planning. And I don't think this is going to be a very long conversation. I mean, this is really the last step on this long journey and very long episode. I mean, we got to put it into practice. Because we've talked about creating adversaries in terms of honing their power levels and using that. But who cares? Why does that matter?
It's an abstract number till you get to this part.
It's an abstract number completely till you get to this part. So that's what I want to understand. And Keith, you can probably explain it in about 2 minutes, faster than we can, because
sure.
I mean, tell us, how does one use the power level?
So, I mean, basically, it's a chart, and you have to know first. You have to have hopefully you've been tracking how much XP your players have earned individually, right? So, if we've been playing a few sessions, and I know that I've given everybody about 100 XP after character creation, then I know. So, I need that number first. Is what's the average number of XP somebody's earned. And then I need to know how many players are going to be in the encounter. And this is an important distinction. It's not players in the party. It's players in the encounter that are going to be going up against these other characters. So if you split party or if you have a short group that day, like that's important to know because it's going to change how all the math works out. And then all you have to do is find the appropriate XP total for earned XP, and then move over to the right and find how many PCs are in that encounter, and it will tell you the appropriate challenge rating for that type of encounter. So if it's going to be a combat encounter, you're going to make sure that you have, if you have 3 different adversaries, you're going to make sure that the sum total of their challenge ratings doesn't exceed whatever the number is in that box on the chart. That's really all there is to it. This is for planning encounter.
Their power levels.
Right, their power levels.
So whatever doesn't exceed the CR. Yeah.
Right. That's the goal. And if you do that, that encounter should be pretty winnable. It doesn't mean it's not going to be, some effort, but it means for the most part, most of the time, that party of characters should win that encounter. There are some adjustments and exceptions, and there's some parts in the book that talk about that. And maybe you as a GM just want to make things more challenging. Well, this lets you sort of eyeball and decide that.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's how you use it. You're able to add those power levels together and come up with a challenge rating for that array of adversaries. And hopefully it's not too bad for your players.
And the table in question Keith is referring to is table 2.2-6, which is
That's the one.
On page 85 of the Expanded Player's Guide.
Yes. You'll notice there are some great sidebars and additional rating modifiers on that page as well.
Well, that's worth noting. I mean, because all of this, of course, also assumes that the PCs have spent roughly the same number of XP on combat, social, and general capabilities overall. I mean, maybe you've got like one hyper combat focused character in the party, one hyper socially focused character in the party, one hyper generally focused character in the party. But in other words, you still have a balanced party.
Right. It should true out in the aggregate of all those players.
Yes. I mean, but if that's not the case, you may need to make adjustments on the fly. And you there's a couple good suggestions for CR modifiers that you've got. I found some of them very interesting. If the majority of the group is armed with weapons that have a base damage of 8 or more.
Right. That's a +1. If nobody's got a pistol, if everybody's got that carbine or, whatever, or a heavy rifle or whatever, then yeah, man, that's going to be you can go a little bit harder then because, you've got weapons that can handle a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, and you got several examples here that should give a +1 CR in the combat encounters. I mean, like there's that one. There's the majority of the group has armor that provides +2 soak or higher, or defense 2 or higher. At least not the majority, but at least 2 members of the party in the encounter possess a means of inflicting multiple hits with a single attack.
Yeah. So I'm guessing a lot of this came out of testing, right? And somebody like Hooley's like, hey, by the way, this all breaks down when three of us start chucking grenades.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And then the other one was if there's only one adversary opposing at least 3 PCs.
Right, because they're going to get chewed up quick.
Yeah.
So even you'll notice your dragon would count in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Even though he's a 17, in some ways he functions as a 16 if he's alone.
Yeah.
Because they're getting dogpiled on, right? They're taking every hit in an encounter. So yeah, that's important. The minion power levels is also important. We did a lot of the math for minions for their power level, assuming that your minion group has 3 in it. I think we mentioned that earlier. So if you have less or more, the sidebar sort of explains what to do. And then there's just knowing your group as well, right? Like you might, if you know that you have that one guy who always finds a way to one-hit your big bad evil guy, because some groups have that guy, right? You might adjust that. Or if you know that you have the group where everybody wants to play the strange, unique sort of social generalist or something like that, and nobody puts many ranks in combat skills because that's just the kind of party you have.
Yeah, I've had parties like that, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're going to want to adjust that. In fact, I would say you probably have an entire setting you've written for Foundry that lends itself toward that sort of play.
Yeah, I can't even think about all this for Familiar. It doesn't even...
So,
it doesn't, it all breaks down.
So there's just going to be some sorts of settings and groups and players that the better you know them, and it's also just our catch-all to be like, hey, if it don't work, it's your fault, know your players. But, I'm kidding.
That's harsh.
The tagline for role-playing the hobby. If it don't work, it's your fault, know your players.
Yeah, it's your fault. Should have known your party better. Should have known that table better.
But on the fly, that table is really helpful if you've, if you've got a pre-written module that's, has an encounter which has 3 groups of, 2 goblins each.
Right.
That if you were writing that and you were using the sort of the appropriate challenge rating, you may say that, well, this particular thing is designed for 4 players, but, and that might be just a sidebar against each sort of encounter, as if you've got a player, if you have, 3 or less players, perhaps downgrade this particular thing.
Here's what you could remove because you see the challenge rating. So you could yoink 1 rank of goblins and that'll make it perfect for only 3 pieces.
Exactly. So
I mean, and this is well, I mean, yeah. I mean that's it. Well, I mean, honestly, it's just the combined. I mean, all you need for the encounter is the combined power level, right? Yep. And at that point, the GM can figure out the number of PCs, and then all the adventure writer needs to do is say, oh yeah, if you want to make this, so this is a combined, combat power level of 8. Remove this to make it a 6. Remove these 2 things if you want to make it a 4. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're listing the adversaries, and where I would say, like, if you're writing an adventure, this is almost more important to use then than if you're writing like a setting book or something.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Because here's like a set where you have planned encounters, right? So having a little sidebar, it says, hey, man, each of the adversaries has their power levels written there, but also there's a sidebar that says, hey, the total power level is this. And if you have more or less, PCs, you could look at the table. You could kind of do that ahead of time if you're going to run an adventure.
Absolutely. But I mean, like for a guy who likes to write really structured adventures like I do, I want to provide even more advice. I want to say, like, look, if you need to decrease the combined power level here, these are the threats you should remove first.
Right. Right. And if you're going to go to that length as the person writing it, you could even just be like, take this talent away from the adversary.
Ooh, that's an interesting thought.
Or don't give them this armor, just give them regular armor instead. What you could play with it that way too, instead of removing a unit. It's up to you, obviously, but in some situations that might be better.
Yeah, an important thing to remember as well is that you've always got the blurb on the back of the adventure or on Drive Through RPG that you can mention things like that. Right. And I think that Chris Markham, in his one of his adventures for the Goblin, whatever it's called, that it really is a case that he said designed for a party of 4 PCs with 100 earned XP.
Sure.
So if that's been done, you've already set that expectations. And so if you've got a party of 6, you might have some sort of a sidebar at the start to say, if you've got parties of greater than this is what you should do. And you just list the encounters of what you should do. And it doesn't take up a lot of space then either. So that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, you could be pretty economical with these sidebars. They don't have to be long. They're going to end up looking like the minion power level sidebar probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like 75 words or something. Yeah, man. It's hopefully people find it useful. Certainly this last table was something that was in like the initial draft, because my whole approach, my whole plan was to assign sort of XP values, and then it's apples to apples once you have XP values, right? Because those kind of are equal, and that's already been accounted for balance. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing that I do want to mention is that originally when we started sort of designing the show notes for this, Chris and I were going to be designing some NPCs. That's not going to happen at 3 hours 30 for this segment alone. That's just not going to happen. But what we'll do is that Chris and I will design a couple of NPCs for you, and we'll break them down as we go through the process. And you can find that in the downloadable PDF for this particular episode.
Actually, Hooli, I think we can probably do it live on the show, because I think this is a wonderful avenue to expand die casting.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
In fact, I think I'm gonna commit now. I think that's a fantastic idea. For those, we often get suggestions to review certain talents or certain skills in die casting. I know we have Streetwise waiting in the wings. Yep. But if you guys have a particular threat or adversary that you'd like us to take a stab at on the show using this methodology, I think that's a fantastic idea to do for die casting. We could probably even do 2 or 3 during a die casting segment.
Absolutely. That sounds like a plan. Great discussion.
Keith, I get so inspired talking to you. I get so energized, and your insight is fantastic. I can't thank you enough for wasting the last 3.5 hours of your life just jawing with us about this topic. Your insights and your wisdom and your advice have been very helpful to me, and I sincerely hope to our listeners as well.
Yeah. It's my pleasure, man. I enjoy talking. I mean, it's a thing I spend a lot of time doing, so it's often done, though, very much alone at my desk. So
well, you mean people enjoy talking about things they like doing? That's insane.
Yeah, right? So to have every now and again to have the ability to talk with other enthusiastic people about it, knowledgeable, enthusiastic people.
I think we've uncovered something fascinating about human nature. We should start a method of media that allows us to record groups of people talking about things they really enjoy for the listening pleasure of other people.
That'd be nice.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
What can we call it?
Radio?
Enjoy play cast. Yeah.
And everybody's getting punchy because we're 3.
No, I'm just punchy. Keith, thank you so much.
No, my pleasure, guys. I enjoyed it.
Awesome. And we'll have you all back very soon, I hope.
I'm always willing.
Yes, you are.
God, what a good discussion. Oh, it was long and grueling and delicious and enjoyable.
But we kind of knew that it was going to get to that.
Yeah, we did. God, but I love having Keith on. He's so insightful, and it's always great to discuss these topics. I love it.
Yeah. Look, I can't get enough of Keith. I think everybody knows that. He's a legend of a man, and yes, I am a self-confessed fanboy. His stuff is just so good. I love it. And secondly, he's also a really, really good guy to come on the show too. So, there's that.
Agreed. So, Uli, I think we have the time maybe for a question or two.
Look, I think that'd be pretty good.
I know it's been a long episode, but we do have a couple questions I do think we might need to get to.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially one from a bit of a topic from last episode. So let's get into those questions in Under the Hammer.
Under the Hammer.
And welcome to Under the Hammer, the segment where we answer your games and rules questions about the Genesys RPG as it impacts both rules, content creation, and play. And we've got some more great listener questions this week. One dealing with a topic from last episode and a brand new one as well. So, of course, if you would like to get your questions to run to the top of the queue, just visit patreon.com/ForgeGenesis and become a Tier 2 Patreon supporter today. All right, Chris, bring us our first question from someone we know very well.
Quite well. This actually comes in from GM Phil via Facebook, my colorful co-host on the Order 66 podcast and one of the principal designers over at Studio 404. And he said the following. He said, guys, I'm listening to your episode on chases, and maybe I missed it. Not really sure. But how do you address the rubber band effect of forced movement during a chase? Whoever's going first triggers forced movement and moves their number of range bands. If the person going first is the pursued, then they pull away a considerable distance, which might prevent others in that vehicle from making attacks against the pursuing vehicle. If the pursuer goes first, they might get to engage range just with forced movement. But then on the other party's turn, that distance closes back to what it was before the round began, or at least close to it, depending on die rolls. I think of a situation where PCs are in a vehicle with turrets, and they're being chased by several enemy fighters. The pilot goes first and pulls away to extreme range, and the gunners in that vehicle now have to deal with a daunting difficulty instead of a potentially hard or average one. Meanwhile, once the bad guys get to go, they're back to medium range and average difficulties to shoot the PC's vehicle. All the while for the narrative. Vehicles really aren't that far apart from each other at any given time. So what do you do? I have opinions, but I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Look, there's a couple of things that come into play there. One is initiative is really important. The initiative, you can act in any turn. You're not limited as to when you can move.
Yes.
The pilot is the one who determines whether you move first or whether you do some actions, whether it be fire a weapon or whatever else, and then they move. Or in reverse, they could move, do all their firing, and then, everybody else can do their thing. It depends on how people are positioned in the initiative. And it does make it a little bit more tactical in that regard. But look, if you look at any chase that we see on film, it doesn't matter what it is, that there is always points in the chase where people basically zoom past them, but then they manage to pull away because they turn at a different angle. A lot of this is still going to be narrative in nature. So this is the encounter zone rules are really there as a guide to allow people to have a visualization of where things are relative to the next. And the other thing as well is when it comes down to working out where people are to see whether they've escaped the chase or not, that sort of thing occurs at the end of the round. Then you calculate your distances. So if you've got people who've moved and now they're beyond extreme range, for example, because they've, floored it and they've managed to get so far away, but in the same round, that other vehicle will then move up, so will be closer. Yes, Star Wars has the process, and I know that we talked a lot about that, where that you do your rolls at the start of the turn in Star Wars, and then you work out what the position of everybody is, but then the pilot automatically loses a maneuver. And so that's something else you've got to calculate, and that's not how normal combat would work. And so it means that, especially when trying to teach new people, it means that it works in opposition to the way that it normally does just for a specific circumstance. And I think that would create some confusion. Obviously, the best way to do it, either a chase or perhaps a race, or indeed definitely a race, is to do a skill challenge. And you can just say that, if you succeed, you close the distance. If you fail, you increase the distance, or whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah. I mean, and this is why I'm such a huge fan of skill challenges. But no, even using the core rules, no. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the rubber band effect can happen, but it would be truly awful if you had assigned initiative orders, but you don't. The party has the ability round to round to determine when that pilot's going to go. Okay, in order to optimize that distance for Phil's excellent example for example, firing solutions, right?
Yep.
The caution I would give though is being a good versus a bad GM in that situation, because the GM also determines in what order the NPCs go. Okay. I can choose to play the rubber band game, and really short that distance after the PCs did hard work to maybe keep that distance, long, by having my NPC pilot go the first chance I can get them to go. Right. So play it by ear. And when it comes to initiative action, I always try to let the narrative decide those things. If somebody gets popped, by a PC, they get angry and they're going to probably go first, right? Those kinds of things. So, I think because of the fluid nature of initiative order, I think it cuts down on the potential abuse of that situation severely. But then, obviously, I'm the guy who's just going to run a skill challenge anyway, so I'm probably the wrong person to answer. But it's a very good question. And thank you for asking it, Phil.
Absolutely. Thanks,
dude.
Phil.
Yes.
All right. So our next question, which I did promise that we'd get on the show, is William Warner, who asks via Facebook, I was thinking about magic and how a caster can only maintain a single cast spell. This doesn't seem to make sense to me, as a 10 XP character can maintain as many spells as a 3000 XP Archmage. So my suggestion is a two-pronged solution, both involving talents. The first is a tier 3 rank talent that allows you to maintain one additional spell per rank of the talent, but gives a setback die per additional maintained spell. The second talent is, of course, a 4th tier rank talent that allows you to remove one setback die per rank of the talent. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so first of all, a caster can already maintain more than a single cast spell. They can maintain 2 cast spells, because it only takes a maneuver to maintain a spell.
Correct.
And I get 2 maneuvers in a round.
Yep.
The disparity of power between a 10 XP character and a 3000 XP character is, in this system, not as extreme as you would expect from a system like D20. Okay? Right. So that's number one. With a little bit of luck and some destiny point expenditure, we've said this before, a beginner character can stand up to a 300 XP character. Okay? They can roll with them. All right? So I don't see the power disparity as an issue. So William Warner, Mr. Warner, sir, I will tell you that I have play tested a crap ton of talents that actually, for Magic directly, and then reskins of Magic that I've been writing and play tested the living crap out of, talents that in various forms modify the ability to maintain spells or powers. Okay? It gets broken really, really fast. This is just some warning. Okay? Because the things that you can maintain, like barriers and curses and augments, are exceptionally powerful capabilities. Augment and curse specifically. So I would very much caution you. In terms of your talent suggestions, just again, based on how powerful I found those alterations to be, if you're going to create a talent that allows you to maintain an additional spell, like mechanically, it's not maintain an additional spell. It costs a maneuver to maintain a spell, period. Okay? You may want to introduce a talent that, and let me tell you some of the things I played with, William, in my own playtesting efforts that we put out there for the community to try and break. We tested one that allowed for a spell to be maintained as an incidental, like once, like one spell, and then each rank allowed you to maintain another. It got overpowered way too quickly. The setback die, I assume on all checks, is an interesting choice. But also it became just a lot of extra bookkeeping. What we found is that, first of all, tier 3 is way too cheap. Just way too cheap. If you're going to do any talent like this, it should honestly be a tier 5, maybe a tier 4. I don't. If you're going to penalize the player for this, I don't think you should have any talent that removes it. But I will tell you the solution that we found that worked in playtesting, okay, was a tier 4 talent that allowed a character when they cast a spell to spend strain and a story point to maintain that spell automatically to the end of the current encounter.
Yep.
And it was not ranked, and they could only do this for one spell. And I even think we ended up removing the strain cost. I think it ended up after testing being just a story point. Okay. Right. But it was tier 4 and allowed a story point to be spent, and you can cast one spell, and as an incidental, as part of the spell casting, can be like, okay, this is being maintained through the end of the encounter, and you don't have to spend, the maneuvers on it. That worked. It play tested well. It was balanced. But I mean, at that point, what you've got is the potential to have 3 active spells maintained. That's insane, man. The way Magic works in this system, I mean, you can spam spells, man. You can. So I don't know. That's my advice, man. Just hard glean from some pretty heavy play testing over the past few years on a few different projects, including Harry Potter, including my Psionics guide, and including my soon to be released Aegis. So take that for what you will.
Look, the other thing that I just want to point out, and I mean, the rules for Magic are designed so that there is the possibility of expansion. There always is going to have that. And when you have on the top paragraph on the second column on page 211, it basically says the effects of magic skill check for a magic skill check may be instantaneous or rarely permanent. So they've kind of gone, well, it may be able to be maintained. It may be able to last longer, but they're not actually sort of covered in these rules. So you are pretty much open-ended.
Each spell description type.
Yeah, sure. But it's, and I mean, for the most part, you can have 4 spells running in the one turn because of the way that spells are designed. Because it says If you give up, because if you give up control, that's right. If you give up control, it'll last till the end of the next turn. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah. So you can technically have more spells running. And remember, as Chris and I reiterated all the way through this episode, that it really is a case that combat is only designed for 3, maybe 4 rounds of combat. So you're not going to be you're not going to necessarily need to maintain these sort of things.
Yeah.
And if you're maybe suggesting, well, how long does light last? Well, you're not talking about a structured encounter then. You're talking about out of, where strain isn't really a big thing, that if you're walking down a corridor and you want to cast light, and is there any big deal to saying, right, it works? No. It's a very, very easy thing to do. And I wouldn't even necessarily get them to roll to do that. It's it's a very simple thing, and it's a cantrip in D&D. So
where I found players trying to break the system with maintenance is either trying to curse multiple foes at once or trying to augment multiple foes at once.
Yep.
That was, or multiple allies at once. That was the big thing. And you have to realize that if you open this Pandora's box, William, do you have any idea how powerful it is to even have 2 PCs augmented? I mean, that's insane. I mean, an extra green to everything you roll. Congratulations. It's so freaking powerful. And curse is so freaking horrific. We said this in the Magic episodes too. Magic is very powerful. Very powerful. Okay. You will always hear me say err on the side of players. When it comes to Magic, I will always tell you to err on the side of caution in your design and your GMing. Yep. Okay. So it's my thoughts.
Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question, William. Very good answer. Yep. Cool.
Good questions. Well, Hooli, I believe that does indeed bring us to the end of yet another show.
Indeed it does. But we'll be back with a new episode very soon. And our next episode, we hope, cross fingers, will have a range of special guests to help us tackle a rather wondrous tome with a review and QA episode for Keyforge Secrets of the Crucible.
It's going to be awesome, as the Forge is going to welcome back two special guests, specifically Keith Kappel, again, who was one of the freelancers on the project, and none other than lead developer on the project himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Tim Huckleberry.
We certainly are. And of course, we still are accepting questions about Secrets of the Crucible, but we want more. So if you have any questions or topics related to Secrets of the Crucible or any other questions about Genesys or gaming for that matter, we want your questions. We want you to contact us. And how can they do that, Chris?
You can email us at forgegenesis@d20radio.com or post it up via one of the many social media platforms where we have a dedicated area calling for questions, including Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the FFG forums. Just search for @ForgeGenesis. And also, I've been seeing, as always do, some great conversations on the D20 Radio Discord channel, and of course, truly dedicated conversations with our Patreons on our very own podcast Discord server.
And we would love to hear from you all. Don't forget that you can also join the even larger discussions in the D20 Radio Facebook group where we nerds congregate to cross-pollinate. And don't forget to give us a like or follow us as well on any of our social media sites or your favorite podcatcher. You can also drop us a review there as well as on iTunes, Spotify, and even the newly released Amazon Music. And we're also on iHeartRadio, which is really cool too. You can also visit us on our website at forgegenesis.com. All right, Chris, well, that's a wrap for us. Thank you all for listening, and we hope you will join us next time as we continue to explore the Genesys RPG. I'm GM Hooli. May your triumphs be many and your despairs be few.
And I'm GM Chris, wishing you peace, love, and good games.
And if you've made it this far, thank you. It was a long episode, but so thanks again for joining us. And remember, the Forge Podcast, helping you hone your gaming edge.
The Forge, a Genesys podcast, is a proud member of the D20 Radio Network. For more information about the network, visit www.d20radio.com. The Forge is a fan-generated podcast. All the information provided on the podcast, social media, and related website is not affiliated with Fantasy Flight Games or any of their licensors. The content of this podcast remains property of the Forge, a Genesys RPG podcast, and is intended for educational and informational purposes only. The Genesys role-playing game, Genesys logo, Genesys Foundry, content, and all material remain the property of Fantasy Flight Games. All products available on the Genesys Foundry website remain the property of their respective companies and individuals. For more information about the Forge, the Genesys RPG podcast, visit www.forgegenesis.com.